held you up a little bit over here. That was nice of it.
The problem is he's so fast on the straight and then slow on the corners. But I guess that's a prep thing.
Yep. How's the car feel with the lower tire pressure?
Feels better on the low speed, but not as good on the high speed.
Okay, so we'll leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Just leave them where they are.
Although the only thing I'm curious, is there a pressure difference between left and right?
Right, that.
There.
the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time's up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will be free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
All right, welcome guys. How is everyone this fine evening? Everybody good? Apologies. I am having minor issues. Give me 1 second. There we go. I think everything's cool. There we go. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're in subscribers only mode, guys. I'm just doing that starting, probably from here forward. It's a small thing to subscribe. You only have to wait 5 minutes to chat, and it's like I said, it's a small thing. And anyway, so what a week it has been already. We're only a few days into it, and it has been off the chain. We've had tons of drama, lots of interesting things going on, and you can't make it up. You just can't. I believe Glenn Lawrence had said that he was going to jump on tonight at some point, so he has the link, as far as I know. The mods have the link for later on in the show. I'll be glad to have folks up. But right now, I'm just going to do a quick monologue and kind of just burn through some stuff. So, I don't know. It's always interesting to me what people pay attention to and what they don't pay attention to, and to me, I mean, it's obviously it's interesting stuff, right? Like you just don't know what you don't know, and what had going on this week has been drama in my eyes, like we just haven't seen in a while, to be honest with you. It's been pretty crazy. um, we had we've had drama with a lot of it coming from people who are either opposed to or kind of just want to jack around um, with the guys at the Crucible, which I think is a bad plan. Um, and then there's just been drama everywhere, so it's been interesting. We're going to kind of just burn through some stuff really quick. Let me do some, we'll check and see who's out there tonight. I see Woody Johnson clocked in first. Good job, sir. Ghost 1978, I see you out there. Obviously, seriously, Shelby and Mr. Boulay are in as mods, along with WMD, my faithful bot. K2, keep on trucking. I see you out there. Damien, our resident parkour pro, is out there. Smoking Spaceman. EAE. I'm not familiar with you, bro. You're gonna have to let me know who you are. TR Finley. I see you out there. We've got Heartbender. I see you out there. Mr. Mister. Good to see you back in the chat, brother. I always have a good time with you. We had a great conversation last night. After the debate. But BIY, I see you out there. Good looking out. TR Finley, Fredo Fonzarelli, Smoking Spaceman. Man, we got all-star crew in tonight. And Michelle. Welcome, Michelle. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And welcome, Khaled. And good to see everybody. Raging Patriot is clocking in as a mod. Glenn Lawrence, the producer, is in the chat. I don't know why he's not up on stage. He should have the link. I don't know. If he doesn't, I'll send it to him. Or Shelby can. Either way. I've heard it both ways. Yeah, we got that Raging Patriot out there. We got a lot of really, we have a really great chat going on over here. So it's always fun and entertaining. And we're gonna have a good time tonight. Oh, and Stepfire, I see you out there, man. I see you, bro. I see you, bro. Pray for Lebanon. Okay. Well, you know what? Here's the thing, man. I'm apathetic about the whole thing. So, it would be great if both sides would just kind of come to the table and talk about peace, but I don't see it happening anytime soon. Be on in an hour. Okay, bro. All right. That's cool. We'll make do until you get here, good sir. Good to, we'll get you on here. All right, guys. So let's just start. I don't know if you guys, so, and look, I feel a little weird, kind of hanging on this election thing here quite the way I have, but hey, what's up, Evan O'Brien? I got you in the greeting, bro. I got you in the greeting. Somebody is messaging me now. Let me jump on over here and see what's up. Oh, I thought I sent that to you. Seriously, let me do that again. I shall do so right now. I may have a lot of times I'll put it in the message bar and not actually hit enter. There you go. My bad. Yeah, okay, that made sure. All right, so Shelby's got that link. We'll get some people up here in a few minutes, man. Just let me get rolling here, because it's going to be a good time tonight. So all right, I don't, and I watch a lot of different things, and I'm like constantly like bouncing around scrolling, you know. And one of the things um that that has been interesting to me. Now, this is probably only interesting to me, but bear with me a minute. So you know that um so I said when this whole thing was going down with Trump and that what's her name, the New York prosecutor Trish or Letitia, whatever her name is. Um, she I told you that this was just to grab headlines. It didn't mean anything. It was it was just this is garbage, right? The whole thing was garbage. I said that. I meant it. I stood by it. I've stood by it the whole time. And so they went to court. They started on Monday, appeals court. Well, Latricia James wasn't there. Um, the she sent some white girl in there to do her job, junior DA or whatever. I don't know, assistant, whatever. Anyway, so they what's up, Angel Berber? Good to see you out there, buddy. Good to see you out there. So James doesn't actually show up. She sends in this other person right out of the gate. This woman doesn't talk 5 seconds, and adjust in the appeals court, just which is 5 of them. Every one of them questioned this woman right out of the gate. But the first one didn't even let her get her name out before he's like, ma'am, I don't understand this. What are you doing here? Why do these charges even why are we even, what are we doing here? So they start in on this prosecutor who never actually makes the case why the charges even apply to President Trump in New York City for the supposed loan scandal thing that he perpetrated, which it wasn't. That's irrelevant. They don't care. They don't care about truth, man. This is all garbage. This is the worst kind of media. You know what I mean? And so um, the anyway, so it's going to be a tremendous amount of work to not have the entire thing dismissed. And there was I was listening to a very large podcaster today, and I forget her name. Hang on one second. It is Trish Regan, Regan. She's huge. She's got a big following. Well, way bigger than me anyway. And she walks through this about how this whole thing kind of goes down, and the crazy thing is the way these appeals court justices are questioning everything about this, about from the indictment forward about Trump's case. So I don't think it probably won't even take another week, and that whole case, where this convicted felon nonsense is, that's all going to be gone, bro. Yeah, she is an ex-Fox News host. That's right, she is. Dude, I'm telling you, give it 2 weeks ish, and Trump's not going to be a felon anymore, bro. Like, nobody's going to be able to say that anymore. They're just not. It was all for the headlines. That's what I said way back then. I said, this is just to grab headlines. They just needed that headline to say Trump is a felon and just give them something to chant. And now it's all coming undone. But the justices have said, and I think I missed this part because I haven't watched every day. I just watched the opening. I didn't watch every day. Apparently, the justices are recommending that Latricia James have her bar credentials examined. And they're talking about limiting the prosecutor or the prosecutor's office. And that means that more than likely, Latricia James, who's the DA right now, is probably going to have her law license revoked. She won't be able to practice law in the state of New York at all. And they're going to limit the power of the prosecutor in New York because of this, because it's such an overstep. And they're probably going to go after that judge, Letitia. Okay, I'm sorry. I keep saying it wrong. They're going to go after the judge as well, it looks like, for the punitive measure of the damages. So Trump's going to come out of this, as I said he would, looking like Big Dick Mafia beating people down with the truth. That's what it is. And Fannie, yes, Fannie Willis, seriously, Shelby, Fannie is getting ready for the same thing. And this is, this derangement syndrome that the liberals have going on, where they're just insane. And they think that just getting this, there's no ramifications, and they're just going to get this headline, and then, okay, so it unwinds down the road, but nothing happens. But they're going to literally, it's going to be rough for them. Now, it gets better. It gets better. You wouldn't think that it could get better, but you're wrong. It does get better. So today, and I got to get this right, Special Counsel Jack Smith, and he's a federal prosecutor of some kind, has either unsealed or requested unseal the evidence packet that proves Trump or contains the evidence of Trump's so-called plans to not coerce, that's not the right word, to steal the election, right? To his plans to take over and whatever. And supposedly this is all, they've got evidence of this. So, but today, Jack Smith wrote 165 page documents, probably mostly drivel. I don't know that for sure, but because nobody's seen it yet, but the court basically has said so far that it's really shaky. They're going to look at it, but that 165 page document was mostly about Trump's standing of immunity to get the evidence unsealed so that he can use that to prosecute Trump. Now, the problem is that there's no time before the election to do that. So this is all another stunt. And the 165 page document that Jack Smith put in front of the court today was that Trump's immunity should not stand because he was not acting as president when he made the charges of election fraud. He was actually making those claims as a candidate and not a president. I don't think you can separate the two. The court's already ruled a couple of times you can't separate the two. I think this is just yet another publicity stunt, and there just isn't any way to get around that. And it kind of seems like it is on the president to ensure election integrity. And so I don't see how they're making this leap. This seems like one of those things that's a Michael Phelps reach. You need the wingspan of a condor to get there. And I think this guy's going to go down too, because it just seems like that when they get this TDS kind of thing going on, they go down in flames. And now we kind of, we kind of also have to say that our side can also be really stupid. And some, and I think Ghost sent this to me earlier about Camel Toe's husband having smacked around his ex-wife, I think, or ex-girlfriend, and maybe his ex-wife. I don't know. I'm still kind of fuzzy on all of it because I didn't have time to really listen to the whole thing. But but and he also so he cheated on his ex-wife. That's 100% sure for sure. And then the smacking of the ex-girlfriend, that's 100%. That happened. I think there were charges filed, but we don't know about anything else. And of course, that was before Camel Toe and him got together. But it does beg the question: is he secretly red pill going around, um, with hypergamy and everything in mind? Just being a baller, million or billionaire, whatever it was. I'm just kind of curious, what you guys think about that. Now he does have kids by his ex-wife. I don't think that matters. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's it's honestly, it's irrelevant information, to be honest. It's just kind of interesting. And I thought that, maybe he's secretly a red pill dude. I don't know. All right. And let's see. And then, kind of the last thing I have in this opening monologue, and we're going to kind of flow into the rest of the show with this. So I'm watching Brett Cooper yesterday. I don't normally get a chance to watch Brett Cooper, and she's been really irregular about posting her her stuff up. Was it her mistress, Shelby? I didn't know that. So Brett Cooper yesterday does a show on how apparently adult men, even conservative adult men, like hot women. I know. Look, guys. I know this is like top secret information. We're not supposed to talk about this, especially on camera, but they've proved scientifically, they used science to show this, that even conservative men like hot women. I'm not even making that shit up. Like I could link you. It's fucking hilarious. It's really crazy. It's really nuts, man. Mr. I saw that. Brian had that guy, the guy who turned that guy in, or who found the tape or whatever. He had him on the show once, I think, on whatever. Guys, by the way, I can't really see chat because I have my show notes up and I have the image up, and I just barely caught I just barely caught that Stepfire said that. I'm going to scroll back through chat and see if there's anything interesting. Give me 1 second. Let's see, anything cool. Oh, we got Process. And Shelby, yeah, seriously, when do they find out that through science that even conservative men like hot women? Apparently, we're not dead. We're not brain dead. Do I believe in miracles? Oh man, why is my mouse being weird? There we go. Do I believe in science? Yeah, sure. I did a bunch of hard science before I went into psychology, which is bullshit. Yeah, like I said, I saw that. The guy who reported that story or turned him in or whatever, the guy in the wheelchair, was on whatever at one point. He made an appearance. Let's see, anything else? I'm not going to go back too far, guy. Yo, mods, what's up? Yeah, you guys give shout outs to the mods. The mods are legit. He has had multiple mistresses while married to Kamala. Yikes. Well, we know he cheated on his first wife, so why would you, leopards, something about leopards not changing their spots or some shit. Yeah, Bay Street Racer, where the hell you been, bro? I think he's been in South Carolina. Yeah, well, no, where's this? Yeah, Fanny is in Georgia. Letitia is not federal. She is state of New York. State of New York, not federal. If it was federal, so that's the thing, is that all the state courts are failing. Now they're trying to get him in state court, or pardon me, federal court. And I don't know that it's going to work. He was in Mass. I don't know. Yeah, he did knock up the nanny. That's right. That's exactly right, Stepfire. He did. He did do that. Your taint. Okay. All right. Read chat at my own risk. I do all the time. Yeah. Okay. What's up, Simperius? How are you tonight? Is Proncess a troll? I don't think Proncess is a troll. I think Proncess is, undecided or something. I don't know, but I don't think he's a troll. You guys, I don't know. All right, so that's I'll try and pay attention to chat, but other than that, I don't know. So Imperius you want to import a hot Brazilian nanny? That's very Catholic of you, actually. I think that's actually probably like right in line with what you should do. You should lean. Currently, the one that's federal is Jack Smith, but there have been a number of federal prosecutors after him. So, Jack Smith, how about that? So, guys, they've got a race going on. I believe it is a club race up at Road America, Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin this weekend. And it's only been a few days that they've been, just practice and stuff. But already two of my friends have been involved in accidents. Lou Gelati and Jim Drago, both had horrific accidents. Lou in practice in his Corvette, he hit a Mazda GT car in his Corvette at about 180 miles an hour, and just destroyed that, and then destroyed the Corvette. And the Jim Drago was in the Spec Miata race and had a really bad crash involving three other people. So that he's in the hospital. So it's a those guys are out there, and that look, I long before I did any of this nonsense, I spent my entire life in racing, and these guys get hurt sometimes. So these are my friends, people I've known for years, and they're out there hurting. So if you guys have any extra time to when you're saying your prayers or whatever, to throw toss one in for the guys up at Elkhart Lake, I'd really appreciate it. So what are we gonna vote on for me to wear? You don't get a vote, so that's okay. Process is from Raging Tomato. Groupie is from Raging Tomato. Groupies and Flow State. I don't know what. Oh, Tomato is. I don't know what groupies are, but so yeah, he or she is a troll. It's a dude. I think I've seen him. Yeah. Respectfully disagreeing with some roasting thrown in. Yeah, that's fine. As long as you, I don't have I do not, as of currently, have a problem with Process. And I've seen him on panels. As a matter of fact, I think he was on a panel with me the other day. I don't have a problem with him as long as he behaves himself. He's cool. Yeah, I believe he is a content creator as well. He's trying to grow his channel. So, get it, guys, just, give him a little bit of space. Okay. The New York State witness testimony is arguing accused subjective crime of overinflated numbers to get loan is 15 on the list of determining loan approval. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's a dude. It's a dude. VK banned me. Yeah, I know. I knew they did. He just put out a video claiming free will. I saw that. I haven't had time to see it, so I'm not going to comment on it. I'll have to watch it and see what I get into it. Yeah. So, by the way, guys, on Friday, I believe it's at noon Eastern time, I'm moderating a debate between the Joe Mobley show and some communist guy. And we're going, assuming that they show up, I'm going to recommend to Joe that I host it through one of my channels, and let them restream it to their audiences as well, so that nobody can pull the plug, because I don't, basically I don't trust communists. So, yeah. John Dedman, he wasn't hating on VK. I was in there when I actually was there when that went down, and Imperius was making fun of and kidding one of the ladies in there, and I believe rightfully so. I think Easy got upset about it. I think Imperius went a little too far. But hey man, it's all a matter of degrees, right? I mean, what I think is too far, you may not think is far enough. The name is a bit of a troll. Yeah, we already knew that. So yeah. When is this strike thing going to start boning us? About a week, bro. R. Allen, though. Oh yeah, so that's another thing. That's another thing. The strike. I called it on Saturday. You guys, if you watched my show, my impromptu pre-chill chill stream, we talked all about that. And it's an interesting thing with the strike. I don't know, man. I keep finding out information. It makes me less and less appreciative of this guy's position. Although initially, my opinion was that, the leader of the strike, of the union, Daggett, I think is his name, Jim Daggett, or I forget what his exact name. I'm sorry. There's nothing, there's nothing really. I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, but then as you just start learning things, right? Daggett is the one that walked away from the negotiating table. It wasn't the other way around. He kept saying, just come to the table, talk to me, let's work out a deal, let's make something happen. He said that in like 3 or 4 videos that I saw. But he's the one that walked away from the table to start with. So that, I mean, why that's a bad claim to make if you're going to do that. And plus, this dude makes $700,000 a year. Like, I'm just saying. Yeah, after all, they were offered a 50% raise. The only thing that the Marine trade union, the one that oversees everybody or is over everybody, the only thing that they couldn't really budge on was that they're going to automate the docks, and mainly because they don't own the docks. That's right, John Dedman. Well, the guy who leads it, he makes $700,000 a year as a union leader. Like, that's nuts. That's crazy. I couldn't even believe that. And so, they're striking. I will also say, look, I'm going to put this out there, because on the one hand, I'm like, dude, this guy is off the chain. What's up? But this guy endorsed Trump a few weeks ago after the shooting. We didn't come out and say, hey, vote for Trump, but he sent a message to, or made a some kind of post or something, saying, hey man, I'm glad Trump's okay, everything's great. Kind of endorsed him. He's not leaning towards Kamala. Now here, let me throw some mojo at you. If this strike goes 3 weeks, Kamala doesn't have a chance. Not one chance in hell of getting elected. If it goes 3 weeks, it's just gonna be so bad. If this guy is really pro-Trump, all he's got to do is hold on for 3 weeks. And then come back to the table and take the 50%, take 60%, whatever. If I'm a conspiracy theorist, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. What do you guys think? Somebody say something. No, I don't think so, TR. I don't know. I'm telling you, man. No matter what, right now, the strike only hurts Biden and Harris right now. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do about it. There just isn't. There's nothing they're going to be able to do. If they can get it settled in the next week, she's still in the running. She still has a chance. But if it goes 3 weeks, man, 3 weeks and people start hurting, 3 weeks and it will be Christmas or further before everything is kind of back to normal. 3 weeks, I think, is where the vegetables start really rotting. They're not going to be able to, it's just going to be really bad. So that's right, Mr. Mister. Over the next 2 weeks, 5 states have early voting, including PA and Michigan. That's absolutely right. Yeah, there's nothing reasonable about the ask, Drake, at all. I mean, they're literally saying they do not want automation, and they're going to get automation. There's just and the thing is that even if the port owner said, "Yep, we're going to do automation," it's a years long process. They started like in 1989 or 90 in California. They have 4 ports in California. Is it 4? I think it's 4. Somebody fact check me on that. I believe it's 4 ports in California that are actually automated. They're not even fully automated. They're just mostly automated. It's very interesting. No, actually, Stepfire, we are still the largest manufacturer in the world. That's actually wrong. The stuff like this that, having driving the prices up, that's what it does is it makes normal people start realizing how much they buy from offshore cheap stuff, like clothes. Right. Yeah, they don't want automation. And the thing is that I don't know, man. The whole thing is really screwy. And I'm really starting to think this is a play by this union leader to strike back against Kamala and Biden. Now, remember, he took it back to COVID in his speech. I don't know if you guys remember the speech. I'm not going to pull it up because I don't want to get a copyright strike, and I know that shit's copyrighted. Guys, he said point blank, we went to the docks during COVID. We were unloading. My guys were dying out there. They were getting sick. They were working, exposed and blah, blah, blah. I mean, this whole thing. I think it's there's a couple of things. I think if he's not pro-Trump, he's at least leans Trump. And if he doesn't necessarily, I don't know, man. It's very convenient. It's so convenient. 3 weeks, man. 3 weeks and it'll change the world. I just want to know what the Democrats' end game is because they are literally putting this country into the ground. That's it, man. They need to turn it into a third world country so that they can establish an oligarchy and become our communist leaders. That's. I mean, how do you not see that? I don't understand that. So I'm actually shocked that Process hasn't had a bunch of rebuttal to this. Monarchy is not the only solution. Stop it. Stop it. Just weird. Don't be weird. New World Order. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I think the tariffs actually, I think, help the dock workers long term. I think short term they're not going to like it, but I think long term they like it. And tariffs actually really help the U.S. So, no, step fire. Totalitarianism is where it's going. Only monarchy can save us. I know. Oh, very reasonable takes. Okay. Yeah. My name is not John. Oh, you mean John Denman? Okay. I went to the dark side. You guys lied about having cookies. Sorry. Tried the dark side. It didn't work out. You guys lied. There was no cookies. The Democrat goal is for us to relinquish our constitutionally protected freedoms to maintain. Yes, that's right. That is exactly right. I understand that you have crowns. However, we have swords, and swords have always defeated crowns. So at least I have swords. They're right there. Did he just poke you? Probably. That wasn't his. That wasn't a sword. All right. So that's all interesting stuff. And I thought this was old news, and I thought that this was just kind of people just honestly, I really thought that people were just kind of spurging out about it, but there's still there's there's still really there's still a bunch of people still really pissed with DeSantis signing in his anti fuck was that? Sorry, I'm drawing a blank now because I you guys got me laughing. His anti-lifetime alimony act in Florida, and it's interesting how many really good laws Florida has passed lately without making a big deal about it. And the anti-lifetime alimony law, and they restructured the way alimony works, which is really interesting. And they passed a law that said just recently that basically said, because we were arguing about this the other night, and Florida has actually already passed a law that if you falsely accuse someone else of SA, you go to jail for a minimum of 5 years. Now that gets them right in the keister. Yeah, no, DeSantis, look, I don't think DeSantis will make a great president, but he is a hell of a governor. Hell of a governor. That dude just gets it done in his state. He knows his people. Again, I don't think he'd make a good president. I'm sorry, guys. I know you guys love him, but he's just not a good president. But he's a great governor, and you got to see what he's done there. If the woman files for divorce, there should be no alimony. I don't know that I agree with that, but one thing I didn't know about alimony, and this is something that I did not know before, or maybe I knew it and I just didn't really internalize it. Most of the time, women that seek actual alimony, unless they've been married like 15 or 20 years, they can't get it, men or women. But the I don't know. It's pretty interesting. He won't pass open carry. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. You guys can't open carry there? Man, that's terrible. I love open carry. It's one of my favorite things. What shadow ban are you talking about, Josie? Shelby, give Josie a link, please. He's a C in your book. Well, that's high rating in your book, Imperius. Imperius, I actually have a legit serious question. Has anyone ever been an A in your book? Has anybody ever gotten an A? I'm just curious. In Tennessee, we don't need any kind of license to open or concealed carry. It is our constitutional doggone right. Vlad, that's funny. Yeah. King Louis the Ninth? Really? Okay. All right. Imperius grades on a curve. Yeah. All right. All right. Cool. All right. So what else are we going to get up and talk about in here? Somebody give me some subject matter while I'm waiting on Glenn to come in and we'll talk. We're going to talk some cool stuff too, but I didn't realize he was going to take so daggum long. Hey, I got one. And look, Imperius, I'm not coming for you. I'm just curious. Are you willing to? Are you willing to debate Andrew? Are you willing to cam up and debate Andrew, or is the cam is a deal breaker? I'm just trying to get a sense of the reality of the situation. You're cool, K2. I apologize. I didn't really say a whole lot. I don't think so. No, don't start any of that stuff. I'm just kind of curious. Everybody has their reasons for what they do. I'm just curious. I'm not starting shit. World War III and CW? No, I don't think that. Mr. Boulay.
Mr. Boulay donated $20. We, the Grid 1 Moderators Union GMU, continues to stand united with our union brothers. We have yet to see increases in our pay and benefits. With the growth of Grid 1 channel, he fails to compensate the hard.
I don't know. I think I need to cut the character count down or something. I think it only does so many characters, Mr. Boulay. An increase in your pay and benefits. Well, I don't have a proposal on my desk, so I don't know. I don't know what you're gonna. I mean, people can say anything, Ghost. That's hilarious. So, hang on, stand by. Sorry, guys. That was actually my wife. My wife is reminded me that I need to call a banker tomorrow about a deal. So, I got something going on. I kind of forgot today. We've got some stuff. had some stuff going on. Let's see. The John Kerry story about Davos' speech about First Amendment is as big as threat to democracy. This is a Democrats' number one priority. Should they be elected? I agree with that. That's true. They really want to shut down freedom of speech. You can clearly see that in everything that they do. And if you listen to Rob Noor, you would have said you would have sensed that. Let's see. Welcome, Don Parker. I don't know that I've seen you in here before, but welcome to the show. I'm trying to stay caught up here, but it's really kind of hard. Seriously, Shelby will send you, or Mr. Boulay will send you the link. I'm sure it's in the mods chat by now. And yeah, so anybody on that? Any of the mods? Anybody want to? Freedom of speech is not necessarily positive. I like it. I like it. So, yeah, I liked it. Let's talk about how the FMAS. Whoa. Stop. Hey, Clover Tack, what's up, buddy? Are you doing okay? I got worried about you. You were missing. Trucks have CBS in them, so winter pile of stuff happen every year because of him. Yeah. Well, I can talk about that. I can talk about the truck driver thing. So that's okay. I missed out. You guys got to slow down, man. Got to slow down, or at least give me a minute to catch up. All right. I'm gonna help out here for a change. This will be the first time Josie's been up in a while, guys. Just gonna throw that out there. All right, there we go. I gotta read faster. No, I don't. I don't have to read faster. I mean, sure, it would be nice probably if I read faster, but I don't have to. My mods ain't doing it. That's okay. I took care of it, Josie. The glasses make it harder to see screen. Actually, these are reading glasses, so I need them to read this monitor, but I don't need them to read this monitor, which is why you see me doing this, because I look through the tops to see that monitor, and I look through the bottoms to see that monitor. So there you go. That's how that works out. Yeah, I bet you'd handle it. I do not have bifocals. I have progressives, but something like that. I gave seriously Shelby the mod. What's up there, Cheeks? Cheeks can come up too. I think seriously Shelby's he might be asleep. Did he not put it in the mods chat? Well, go to bed, Cheeks. Alone, you degenerate. You're on strike. Get your own daggum link. Okay. All right. Got to maintain your support. That's right. I'm that way. He's on Jess's panel. Oh yeah, he's doing double duty. So it's 70%, and it's I don't know. It's interesting stuff. Josie, you have the finally.
You want to be on the...
Here you are. What's up, Josie? It's been a while. You know your camera's not showing.
Yeah, that I had a software update yesterday, and all my stuff is like messed up since I hate this. You know, like why can't it be just like you leave and you come back and it's the same as the way you left it? I don't know why it's so hard in 2024, but
I don't know.
it is what it is. But
Yeah.
the microphone is working, you know. So since I got it.
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
All right.
Okay.
All right, Joe. What's up, Josie? We hadn't talked in a while.
Yeah, it's been a minute indeed.
Mm-hmm.
What's new? I fixed my Wi-Fi yesterday again, but just the one downstairs. So my man can watch TV finally.
Okay.
But there's that.
I guess that's important.
Yeah,
So
it is. Keep the man happy.
yeah.
As a woman should.
Did you see the Brett Cooper comment sections where she's yesterday where she went over how that it's been proven scientifically that conservative men do in fact like hot women?
This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Right? That's exactly her reaction too. It's like, really? like how do you not know that?
I think that men in general, I like ugly women. Said no man ever.
I missed something. Seriously, Shelby, I don't know what's up.
I don't know, like, why is it not working? This is like, it did that yesterday too. But hey, we'll deal with it.
So do you have any cool stuff going on? You've been hanging out with the Thorpes more? I saw that you guys were doing like a debate prep or something one day. I caught like 5 minutes of it.
Not really. I mean, I'm not too sure where they're at. I'm just kind of like, how it goes with the Thorpes is like, if she needs anything, she can hit me up. But other than that, I'm not really pushing for much. I just kind of know how it goes. You know, they got their issues, and sometimes there's how like some people try to fix somebody who didn't ask for it or doesn't want to be fixed. You know what I mean?
I mean, kinda. I don't really try to fix people though, and I don't do drama farming, and that's I think one of the reasons why I don't really understand that whole group of
I hate her. I hate our viewers. I cannot stand our viewers.
Well, I mean, I got to be honest. I don't really understand that whole group of people and creators, and I use that term loosely. Just drama farm and just whatever. I can't.
Drama farm worked in like 2007.
Sure.
I'm not sure it works still.
Yeah.
Like,
and I'm pretty tired of I'm pretty tired of all of that nonsense. I try and stay away from it and out of it as much as possible. It's mainly because I think that and I agree with Clover Tack here. Viewers are a direct reflection of the creator.
Yeah.
And so I really don't want a bunch of lunatic psychopaths as my
or children.
as
Yeah.
my fans. You know, I like, you know,
That's
like
mostly what it is.
I like really successful, you know, or reasonably successful, or people who want to go somewhere in life.
Exactly.
So
Like, there's no
Briar
point.
Wolf,
Like,
I
I'm
think
gonna be
that's a great.
harsh.
I'm sorry, the Briar Wolf. I think that's a great tactic. Do everything you can to stay the hell away from it. What's up, ZD Den? Good to see you. Good to see you in the chat. I know that you've had a lot going on lately.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Sorry,
Can you see me now?
I cannot see you. I have a
No.
great picture. I have a great picture behind you that I can see.
Uh,
You may have to go out and come back in.
because I see myself.
Yeah. So what happens is, what I think happens is that if you're lagging when you come in, it doesn't enable the camera.
That's weird. So I
Yeah.
get out, I come back in.
Yeah. Just go back out and come back in.
Maybe. Oh, then let me try this.
Oh, you're almost there.
Did that
You're
work?
almost there. All
No.
right. Try again. Yeah. Just go out.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's not like StreamYard where it just crashes and you have to go out and come back in because your mic doesn't work.
Yeah. Okay, let me try again.
Yeah. The camera's banning her, Arthur Dyer. That's hilarious. You know, I'm Clover Tack, buddy. I'm glad to see you out there, man. I've been kind of concerned about you, especially when you disappear for a few days at a time. That kind of, you know, I kind of wonder about it. Yeah, see, that worked.
Good.
Cool.
So, yeah, I don't know, like, Grace is fine, but it's like when they start with all their, it's more the audience, like.
Yeah, yeah. I was just, you know, I was just kind of curious what you were up to. I don't really care about. What
That's just
I
the
saw them
mama bear in
yesterday.
me that cares, I guess.
They were on panel with me yesterday. It was a good panel, right up until, well, it was a good panel, and then it kind of went to shit. So, whatever.
And you saw Grace's who picked the wrong toner after bleaching her hair.
I have no.
No.
Like, I have to be honest with you, and I'm not lying even the slightest bit when I say this. I literally do not pay any attention to them at all. Like, I don't go to their channel. I don't know. I honestly, the only reason I know who they are is because I ran into them on somebody else's channel.
That was on Andrew's stream, I remember.
I ran into them on Glenn's channel, and Grace came on my channel one time, and she was really annoying, and I didn't want her back.
She was probably like trolling or something.
Yeah, she was just trolling, creating content as she calls it. So.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends. Like, to me, like, you know, she hasn't done anything.
Yeah.
Like that, but, you know, it's like I said, if she needs help, she knows where to find me, if anything. Well, if it doesn't come from her, I'm not going to be the one pushing it. It's like if they got issues, you know, that's what I have to tell like a lot of people, because it's like it also drags like a lot of people who've had like family issues too. And sometimes like I feel that also like to see somebody who's got like some sort of a head on their shoulders, and I mean I'm not saying that I do, but certainly more than 90% of the people who hang in there in our audience. To
Well,
just see somebody with like a head on their shoulder is actually not like some family dynamics.
Huh? So like yesterday, we were on a panel with I was on Chaotic Truth. Have you been on Chaotic Truth?
I don't think so.
It's not it can be not a nice place.
I was on Smoke Signal. You should get out of the shot.
I was on Chaotic Truth, and I was actually we were having a great discussion, and Ben came on. And Ben and I started, you know, we kind of did having a discussion, a little bit of back and forth, debate-ish kind of stuff. It was really cool, you know. And actually, and you know, I find it generically, Ben's kind of, he's okay to have a conversation or
Yeah,
discussion with.
I agree.
And then there was this Furby thing,
Oh,
Melanie
Mel.
Starfish or some crap came in, and she, he, whatever, the Furby and somebody else, they were bouncing back between kind of. And I'm sorry, I left out that Grace came on, but Grace was really just being quiet, and so Ben and I are having a back and forth about how I'm apathetic towards the Jews. I don't care. I just don't want to send them a bunch of money like we have to Ukraine. And they're like, well, we have sent them a bunch of money, and I'm like, okay, how much? Well, it's like 6 billion or something. I'm like, okay, we've sent Ukraine, who are a bunch of lying thieves. We've sent Zelensky 157 billion in cash, and we've sent him 100 billion in military equipment. So that 6 billion to the Israelis is nothing, right? And
That's 6 million.
yeah, so so I was going back and forth with Ben about it. He's pretty like anti-Israeli. I'm apathetic. I can argue both sides. It doesn't matter to me one way or the other. And we were having a pretty good conversation, and then Grace would chime in once in a while. Mostly she was there to Google. She was doing the GTS for her dad, the Google shit, and which is fine. And the Furby came in, and a couple other people came in to the panel, and in between like talking about the actual subject, they would go off on Ben and Grace about sleeping together or whatever.
Oh my
whatever
god,
it
like
was.
that shit just creeps the fuck out of me. Like,
And I'm like, this is, like, guys, can we just go back to the topic?
yeah, I don't want to like talk about that shit. Like they always started
Yeah,
like
I mean,
bring
you
that
guys
up. I'm
can do
like,
that after I
no.
leave, right? We can do that.
Yeah,
You
it's
guys
like,
can do that whenever. So I would bring them. I would drag the conversation back to the let's, 330 million is not a billion. That's what my problem is when it starts with a B. A little bit of 8, I don't really. I mean, yeah, I'm annoyed about it, but I really start getting pissed with that billion thing. Anyway, I just keep trying to drag it back, and I'm trying really to make Ben defend his position as best I can. But he's pretty good. We're going back and forth, and occasionally somebody else will make an intelligent comment, but not much. And then so it became this dude, tough guy, and the Furby, and they literally just started just going off about the on the Thorpes, and I'm sitting there like, I'm bored. I'm like, what the fuck? This sucks. I really don't care.
I
This is
hate it when
dumb.
it does that. That's
It's
why I'm
dumb as
like,
shit.
if the link is posted on the Discord, like somebody hops on, I'm out.
Yeah, and so I don't. There's a reason I don't do that. And then I'm sitting. I'm getting more and more bored, right? And then Imperious jumps back in. He had been to a meeting or something, so he jumps back in, and I'm literally like, I see him pop in, and I'm like, shit. Like, we're never going to go back to normal conversation with 3 on 2, right? And I'm like, Imperious, do whatever it is you're going to do. I'm going to go work on my airplane. And I literally went and scraped paint off of my airplane to get it ready to paint. I literally went and scraped paint over streaming and talking to the Thorpes and anybody else, or being a part of that nonsense. Like, I just didn't even want to be
That's
there. Like,
way more productive.
I'm like, I literally went and scraped paint off of an airplane.
I sanded the wall in the garage instead of doing that today.
And so it was really funny. But and I don't know what happened. I should probably go back and watch the footage, but it was pretty bad. Beaten Cheeks, good night, young man. I hope you're going to bed alone. If you're not,
With the dogs,
you're
his
in
bitches,
trouble.
his dogs.
you're in trouble.
From his
And
dogs.
but yeah, it was really bad. And I just I I was I just I didn't even want to deal with it, man. I don't know what Simperius was talking about.
It's like everybody's giving me shit because I'm like, guys, regardless of what's happening between the two of them, um, she's an adult.
I missed a crucifixion. Yeah,
Like,
look, I see it. I just don't care. I don't, and
exactly. I just don't care. Like, I'm like, just don't make it my business. I don't give a
well,
fuck.
and here's the thing.
Like,
Here's the problem I have. Look, and I get it, right? Like somebody needs to go after him. It just doesn't need to be me. I'm there to have a good conversation. I'm there to talk about, various topics. I'm there to push, to maybe have a little bit of back and forth debate. That's what I'm there for.
but
I
even that,
honestly,
why does it have to be somebody on YouTube who isn't directly affected by them? Like, couldn't it be like
yeah.
somebody in like within their social circle outside of YouTube? Like, if they're actually problematic, there should be somebody directly affected by that. That should be the person going after them. And if there is nobody, well, maybe they're just not as problematic as they want them to be.
And look, now some of these guys really pissed me off, right? Like that OPC Don guy, he's kind of shady in the way he deals and talks to people. Look, if you
Really?
want my help, just say, hey, I want your help. I'm working with these people, and just be upfront about it. And if you're going to do some fake Freddy shit where you're going to create fake drama and bullshit like that,
You did that?
I'm not getting into it.
Okay,
I'm just
but
going to say, if that's what you're going to do, just do it. And, if you're going to, look, I just don't want to, it's just not, I just don't care. And I'm just, there's the internet. I'm finding that at this level of content creation, there's a lot of dumbasses out there that are never going to get higher because they think in order to grow, they have to literally um, talk shit to everybody. John Deadman, your airplane's in bad shape. Yeah, um,
I mean, you could, but
mine's
that's
almost
just
ready
not a
to.
great way to go about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What was that?
I said like you can, but the thing is that you're gonna have a lot of hate watchers, and it's like, what kind of environment do you want to create for your audience? Because when you live stream, you're actually in charge of, you create a community at the same time, and it's like, if you want your community, aka your live chat and your Discord, to be something enjoyable for the type of viewers you're targeting, you need to make that environment comfortable and pleasant. Like for me, like I'm not even like, I don't even consider myself like a successful person, but I'm comfortable in an environment for, let's say, your chat, for example, where there's, a lot of older, more successful people. I can fit in right there. And I feel more comfortable in that environment, but I don't feel comfortable in the environment that those people are creating. It's just a bunch of like lol cows and hate watchers. And every time if I go on these panels, then after I have to deal with them because they come in my chat. And they just make it miserable for everybody else out
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
You
I
know?
don't know, man. I just like I said, I didn't really want to stick too long on that subject, but I had to tell kind of, that was part of the. There's just been a lot of weird shit going on this week. Clover, are you not able to get the link? I thought you were on your way up.
I mean, you want to talk about like 4 weeks ago? Maybe this week is
No, I
pretty
don't want to
mellow.
talk about 4 weeks ago. This week has
Pretty
been
mellow now.
this week's been interesting. It's been really pretty. Honestly, it's been really to me. It's been really pretty cool. Um, the like I said, you're choking down food. All right, that's cool, man.
Can I ask you a
Um,
question? Sorry, after you're done with what we were saying.
Raging Patriot sends in
Raging Patriot is there?
$2 whole American. We like American. Do I look like I give a fuck
Do I look like I give a fuck?
about the Thorpes?
It's spelled Dilligif, Dilligaf, and it means, do I look like I give a fuck?
I'm not really sure no fucking way, G. I don't know what the Thorpe's. Yeah, whatever. Cool, man. Hey, actually, yeah, I don't. I'm actually not. I'm really not trying to talk about the Thorpes. I'm just talking about.
I can fix her, guys. I can fix her.
No, you cannot, Josie. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. I'll have to kick you
That's
off
just the
again.
new meme. The new
No
meme
fucks
going
given.
on.
There you go.
No.
Fresh out of fucks. No fuck. No fucking.
I have no
way.
more fucks to give. My fucks have run out dry.
That's right.
I
All right,
tried to
cool.
go fuck
I like
shopping,
that,
but
man.
There's no fucks left to buy.
Oatmeal. Oh, yeah, it's the health thing again. Dang it. Yeah, don't ever do that again. Yeah. Old Glenn's probably racing through town on his motorcycle.
Glenn is late. He's almost as good as I am at that.
Yeah. So what have you been up to other than slumming it with drama queens, Josie?
Oh, like I've been working on a lot of technical stuff. I've been training AI a lot. There's a lot of work I gotta do around the house here too. So like I've been working on that because that's my job.
Oh, that's funny as fuck. Where did that? There you go. Look at that. Are you having dinner with Joe Biden, Clovertack? Because you missed it. He's having oatmeal. He would kill for a. He would kill for a chili dog, but it's oatmeal.
Can I ask you a question?
Me? Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know if you want to talk about that. If you don't, it's totally fine.
I will absolutely tell you.
Yeah, I know. Why do I'm not sure if, like...
It did it to Clovertack, too.
I don't know why, but, like, I was gonna send, like, an apology to Brian.
Oh, boy.
And, I don't know, there's some people that have been telling me, like, well, like, you didn't do anything wrong. And all that stuff. I said, like, yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna apologize and everything. Like, why am I, like, do I have a, is it valid for me to feel a bit, like, bitter over the fact that he hasn't, he could have, like, done this, like, over phone or just a quick talk, resolve this, and he's been, like, pretty much MIA ever since, like, and I'm just, like, why am I still feeling like, why am I so bitter about this? Like, do I have a valid reason for it, or he did 100% wrong?
And look, I just am unable to sugarcoat this.
No, I know, don't.
You're being a woman up in your feels, and you need to get the fuck over it.
Okay, thanks.
Move on. Move
Thank
along.
you. That's all I needed.
I mean, it's, first of all, Brian is Brian, and he just is the way he is. And there's nothing,
Yeah.
There's no changing that.
The only thing that changes is his weight, and it keeps going up. So.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Josie's bug boys. She's bugged.
It's bug boys. Am I bugged?
Right. Why am I having to boost everybody? Did I turn my volume down? I turned my volume down. I'm having a booster. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, I did.
Do I need to talk
I was like,
louder?
why can't I hear anybody?
And louder and louder.
Well,
I did stop Easy from talking shit about Glenn, which I think is pretty funny.
You did?
Yeah, it's called copyright strikes.
Oh.
Anyway.
That's not how you do that.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is, because it worked.
No.
When you're gonna start when you start talking shit about one of my friends about him being a PDF file when it's absolutely not true, betcha.
I think you went a little. Look, I'm not gonna get in the middle of this, and we're gonna. I'm just gonna say this, and then we're gonna move on. I think Easy and Glenn need to work it out. I'm telling everybody, myself included, to stay the fuck out of it. And
well, he involved me in it. That's the problem. for no fucking reason.
Well, then then uninvolve yourself and say, "Hey, look, I'm not part of this," which is what I did. They were, there was a point where people were kind of trying to
Cam.
involve me, and I said, "Don't involve me. Stay, I'm out of it. Leave me alone."
Yeah, the problem is he was using the video that I was, and I was with Glenn. He kept like using the video, and he kept distorting it so that he wouldn't get flagged using my content. But the thing is that before I deleted those videos, I pretty much put them as like the slang for it is like a vault. So it pretty much like secures your footage, and I also extracted the MP3 off of it and pretty much like labeled it like a song.
So no, I wasn't racing through the traffic.
Were you?
John
name 3 times.
Actually, I really was.
Were you like that frog?
Thank you for stopping the train wreck that was ensuing there. By the way, thank you for showing.
Oh no, continue, Josie. What you were saying? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
Oh, you know all of that.
Moving on.
We've
Moving
talked about
on.
this.
I did not mean to interrupt. Let the woman speak.
Since when do we do that?
Clover Tack, have you shot anything cool lately?
Fuck yeah, I have. I spent like 4 days at TriggerCon, man. That's where I've been.
That's
Now
cool.
that being said, I almost died again today. Fucking going to the gym, dude. God damn.
I mean, what's the point of living? What's the point of living if you don't live life dangerously?
I almost died today too, man. Like,
Glenn, that's like every day.
Buttercup.
Well,
Let's see,
I went to the gym for the first time Friday before last.
Yeah, I remember.
And like 15 minutes in, my blood pressure bottomed out. I almost fainted. It was horrible. About 45 minutes in this time, it happened.
Well,
so, I mean,
hey, that's an improvement.
Yeah, it's an improvement, but I still almost fucking died.
So true.
Hey, we got to take the little W's where we could get them.
Yeah, but I was gone, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, something like that.
Stand by. Seriously, Shelby, $10 American. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Guys, like the video and sub. We have 55 people watching and 38 likes. We actually had 58 people in here a few minutes ago, so let's
there should be at least 55 likes.
Yeah, we should be
let me hit that like button real quick.
So
I put a thumb down just to be dramatic.
Of course you did. Why would you not?
Yeah.
Believe in yourself. Shimano all the way.
Like the reel, like the fishing stuff.
That's actually, I actually use Shimano fishing reels.
Yeah, it's pretty good shit.
Good for y'all.
They are actually. I mean, they hurt when you buy.
They do bicycle shit though too, don't they? That's what Josie was talking about.
Yeah.
No.
It says Shimano, SRAM, or Campagnolo. I mean, that really depends where you live, but like usually like Shimano, like for us, because like the headquarters is literally in Irvine, which is like a few miles away from here. So.
Arthur Diet is asking if
easier.
it's an improvement to take longer to die, Clover Tech.
Sure.
Okay, good. Now we got that settled. So what have you been shooting there, bud, at TriggerCon?
All them triggers.
Yeah, all the triggers. Damn straight, man.
Trigger.
What did it? So the new CZ
trigger finger was itchy.
That new CZ Nocturne. Have you seen it?
I have not.
Yeah, you should go look at that one.
I need that one. Do I need it?
It's pretty sweet. Now it was not as sweet as the the PO1, some company out of Arizona that does custom work. Holy shit, dude.
That's not me on the keyboard, dude.
This thing was beautiful. It was heavy. Obviously it was 9mm, but it was like a pellet gun. Like it had no muzzle flip at all. It was so heavy and everything, and bore axis was so low. Trigger was the double action trigger on that thing. I don't know that I've ever felt a double action trigger.
Hey, I gotta take this call. I'll be back.
All right.
It was amazing. Of course, that was.
Stand by 1 sec, Clover Tech. $2 comes in from the Raging Patriot 1776. Stop smashing your damn keyboard, Josie. WTF.
I'm like on my phone.
It could be me, actually.
Why? Like, I haven't even seen you in my chat in a while, Raging Patriot. I'm gonna start raging too. I remember when Glenn was talking about like
you
eating
were
the ducks.
typing. Look at that. Look at that. You were typing.
I was typing before, but I stopped because I was reading the chat.
I actually had to go back to a quiet keyboard. I have one of those really tactile, clicky keyboards.
Mechanical.
I have two of them. And I got them just because they're clicky. And then I was like, they're so fucking loud that I was like, yeah, okay, this sucks. I'm going back to the normal
Some
keyboard.
people love the sound. Some people really hate it.
Yeah, I'm in that other column. So,
I kind of like it. I don't know why.
Yeah. Because it's annoying, like you. There you go. So there we are.
Well, no, like too positive, like like a negative positive makes it like positive makes it positive. So like
yeah. I got you. I understand.
Well, that's subjective because if you got matter and antimatter, it will destroy the universe. So,
Well, I mean, if you want to go there,
so it's not always a good thing.
Anyway,
moving on.
So, what you it was the P. You said it was a PO1.
I think it was a PO1. Yeah.
Sounds like a CZ.
It was a CZ. I just said CZ.
You did say CZ.
The CZ Nocturne, and then I think it was a PO1. I'm not familiar with all the new shit. So it was a 75, so like a shadow, but like a fancy shadow,
Okay. Yeah, because like the PO9 is the composite one. The P10C is the small composite.
Yeah, PO9 is a Nocturne.
The PO9?
So, yeah, the PO9 is the PO9C Nocturne. I think is
nice.
the new one. Yeah,
I have a PO9 full size, and it full of Cajun parts, and it is sweet, so good. It has the best double action trigger of anything I've ever felt in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working on getting my shit legal to own here. It's a process.
That should only take you, I don't know, 10 or 15 years in California.
California, yeah.
No, I'm almost done actually. It's just the because like permanent resident and the money to buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've got small hands,
CZ had a sweet trap gun there too, with an adjustable rib on it.
Oh, so it's like coming in and browning. So it's an interesting deal. We actually, I have a CZ that I bought from shot over and under that I bought for my son to shoot trap with.
This was a single shot.
Yeah, so it would be a trap combo then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and I had so we bought him an over and under for skeet, and it's a great gun, but it's just too light, and you can just tell between the browning and the CZ. There's the CZ just needs to put more weight into the gun, and they don't. I don't know why.
Yeah, no doubt.
So it's unfortunate. And then, what else you get to pull trigger on?
Well, I'm not a. You've probably heard me say it before with the gun prattle we've had. I'm not a big SIG guy.
Yeah.
No 6 hour.
Yeah, I'm not fancy on SIG much. I mean, they make good stuff. I'm not knocking them. It's just a personal thing. However,
I mean,
that said,
P365 is like the only thing I can like handle, kind of, sort of.
Well, awesome.
Like I know what I'm doing.
Motherfucker, then do it. Rock that son of a bitch. I don't want one.
It's just easier for smaller hands,
Yeah,
we'll come back.
If you got man hands, maybe like you got something a little tougher.
Yeah. So anyway, there was 2 companies there. One of them, Killer Innovations, that does basically you take the SIG fire control unit, right, which is the serialized part, drop it in basically their frame, their accessories, all of their stuff. It's like all modular. Killer Innovations was that company, and that thing was fucking sweet, dude.
Have you seen? And I forget what it's a billet frame for the SIG, and it's made by like Night Dog or some crap like that. I don't know. It's some really tactical.
It's metal. Yeah,
it's all metal, dude. It is so sick, but it's really expensive. Like,
and then
alarmingly.
And then speaking of SIG, so that was impressive for somebody that's not a big SIG guy.
Yeah.
That was impressive. I liked it. And then to Josie's point on the 365, there was a company there called Shallow Tech, and they have a similar setup for the SIG 365s. The difference with it is it's like totally fucking modular. Like this thing is weird. You can change out the rail on the front. You can change out the trigger guard. You can change like the mag
Nice.
well, the back straps, the grip panels, the like. It's like literally like a Lego set, and like you
Ooh.
get all their shit, whatever you want, right? And then drop the fire control unit in it,
Yeah.
and feels way better to me. Shoots better, feels better, everything than a 365, than an actual SIG, I should say.
Yeah. I'm
Which
gonna
one is it? Sorry, I didn't get that part. Which one is it?
365. P365.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
company
okay,
called
okay.
Shallow Tech, but yeah, they do 360 custom, I guess, 365.
So you guys
Oh.
may have heard the whole thing about Springfield, Ohio, and
Yeah.
there's a guy named and has a YouTube channel. Is called Your Buddy Pete or My Buddy Pete or whatever it is. My friend Pete. I forget what it is. Pete. His name's Pete,
Pete.
and he knows people in Springfield, and he reaches out to them in this video. And the guy like goes down and shows the goose pond where there, and he shows like last year's video and this year's video, and it's like there's zero geese there, zero, like zero. And he's like, and then he's talking about, yeah, you know, there really are missing pets. We don't know if they've run away or what, but they take this aerial picture. You guys got to go see this. I would have clipped it and run the clips, but he's got it. He's got his channel set so you can't clip it. You've got to go see this video and the aerial shots that this guy's gotten of these tent cities in the Springfield, Ohio. It literally looks like apartheid South Africa. It looks like
Wow.
you've seen the movie Chappie, right? And all the tent cities and shit.
Yeah.
It looks like that, and it's crazy. And so then he's like, so they talk about that, and then they start talking about, well, what about the job situation? He's like, oh yeah, it's like the factories around here would rather hire 10 migrants than one American. And so the guy calls up a factory or somebody that says they're hiring, and he says, he's kind of having fun with them, but not too much. He's like, hey, I would, I've lived here for 30 years. Now he's making this up. He's like, hey, I've lived here for 30 years and I'm looking for a new job, and I don't have a lot of skills or anything. I'm just a laborer. What do you got? And the lady says, well, all the applications have to be filled out online. And he's like, well, wait a minute. My buddy was telling me that all these migrant workers that you got a lot of them working there. And she said, yeah, we do. And he said, so they're all applying on the computer? And she's like, yeah. And he's like, he looks so dubious in the thing. And, but he's like, okay. And she hangs up on him because he starts mouthing some BS. But it's really an interesting video of what's actually going on there with no news slant, with actual video from, not from specific angles and stuff like that. It's a very interesting video. I think everybody should do that. I don't actually have a problem with them eating geese. I eat geese if I can manage to shoot one or two a year. But
man, geese are delicious. What are you talking about?
Dude, none of those guys were speaking like Creole or French or any of the languages that they speak in Haiti.
In the there wasn't a video that I put up, but anyway.
No, but like the videos that they had on the news that they were saying like Asian immigrants are eating the dogs and the cats and the ducks. Like none of them, I didn't hear a single word of French or Creole in there. That's the languages they speak in Haiti.
Yeah, I think Arthur Dye is right. All the normal cultured Haitians left Haiti a long time ago. The ones that have been left are growing up in abject poverty and have no concept of social norms. I'll agree with that. And so, all I'm going to, all I can really comment about it is I really did look into it, like, because I didn't want to just talk out of my ass about it, right? But because I've not said anything about it, so I went and I looked. I've watched a bunch of stuff, and this is like an actual video of this guy, where the guys are showing everything. My problem with the geese situation is if you're taking them out of season and you're not, there's probably a bag limit. If you're not following the law, like I have to follow the law, then there's that. That's really my problem. I don't care if they eat the geese. I mean, I like geese. I like geese. I love duck, man. Man, I will. I love duck.
It's like it's good for the first bite, but it's kind of like Wagyu steak. It's like one bite, you're done.
That's the female in you.
Yeah, because my man, I make Wagyu steak for my man, and he eats the whole damn thing. All the way. Boom. Done.
Men cook on fire, eat meat.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why I make him steak. I don't eat steak.
I'm just gonna move the conversation. I saw this thing today that humans new or research that I guess this is old research that they're going back and trying to disprove, but they're ending up proving it, that humans, even modern humans, are meant to spend 85% of their time outdoors in the weather, in the sun, in the rain, in the wind, and all of that. And to not do that is to be far less healthy than you should be.
But what if I leave the windows open?
Look at all this shit sunlight gets you, man. It's vitamins and whatever. Sunlight's crazy healthy.
Yeah. Yeah, John Deadman, quail, you need 30 or 40 of them to make a good
Dove's the same way.
Well, dove is quail. It's just a different name. Yeah. Dove's quail. Well, you're too fragile for that, Arthur Diet, because you didn't get out when you were young. And apparently it's like super important when you're a kid. When you're a kid, it's super, super important to be outside in the weather. Right.
Yeah, I thought you were like killing animals. I'm like, I don't know a lot of women who enjoy killing animals.
I do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do. You're in that, of course, but in general, if you're from cities, I don't know. I'm cool with shooting guns, but killing animals, I'm kind of like
Arthur Dye, you make the case for this. Arthur Dye, you actually make the case for this, and this is. You're a delicate woman with pale skin and lousy heat regulation. The reason you have lousy heat regulation is your body never learned it because you weren't outside enough. You weren't doing enough outside. Yep. And we're not supposed to spend all of our lives locked up into buildings. And so this was an old science that I guess everybody knew. And then some moron said, no, that's wrong. You got to stay inside, breathe filtered air, whatever. Live with all the mold and mites and everything else that you're in with. But now they're going back and I think they intended to disprove it like hardcore, but they ended up proving it. That you need, I think they said 85% of your time spent outdoors. I think that's interesting, right? I think that's really interesting.
What if I open all the windows and the doors, but I stay inside the house?
Nope, it's not the same.
I don't think it's the same.
Direct sunlight.
I think they mean not just being outside sitting on a bench. I mean like moving, walking, moving from place to place, all that kind of stuff. So
you need to be breathing in different things in the air, pollens and dust from different areas and whatnot. That helps build your immune system too. Let me back up on the whole women killing animals thing. I don't know, because I think Josie said women liking to do it, and I don't know that that's the case. But all the ones I know, it's you wring the chicken's neck and pluck it and throw it in the grease, right? So it's more of a we're gonna eat this type situation. Got to do what you got to do type thing, right?
Yeah. I guess it's more like the lifestyle.
Not for guys. I love shooting things in the fucking face. So it's awesome. So
yeah. Have you ever noticed that? That's an interesting observation. So I know that.
I mean, if being argumentative is masculine, I think liking to shoot shit in the face is pretty fucking masculine.
Women will literally
I don't know, but
I've literally watched women wring dozens of chicken necks.
Yeah, right.
And carve up all kinds of animals for and butcher animals and things like that. Although I guess the butcher, it's more of a manly thing to butcher the meat. But I've literally watched women, just wring chicken necks,
But
Uh,
clean, I've seen women clean
uh,
fish, clean whatever.
clean
Yeah.
fish, break the necks on rabbits,
Mhm.
and that kind of thing to
Yeah.
harvest rabbits.
Ugh.
Um, and I've seen them do that, and they'll do it like just like it's just nothing. But
Yeah.
then you tell them put a gun in their hand and tell them, hey, shoot that deer in the head, and they won't do it. They can't. They're just like, oh, I can't do that.
Oh,
I'm
I
like,
know plenty of women that will do it, but I mean, it's not the
right.
same. It's not the same rush. They don't get that adrenaline rush. But women typically, that's why women.
Yeah,
That's
because I
why
think it's a job. I
that's
think
why
bringing
especially a
chicken
less skilled woman can typically outshoot a less skilled man.
Mm.
Um, is because of that, because they don't have that adrenaline rush. They don't typically get as excited about it. I've seen that
yeah,
over and
when
over.
they're
I've seen
doing
that.
it,
I've seen that the difference
like,
between girls and boys with youth shooting sports. I mean, it's I've proven that over and over and over again. Now, as skill level starts to increase, yeah, boys, men are dominant.
yeah, but I mean, so it's the way I kind of look at it is that ringing the chicken neck is just like a job. Like they just don't care.
Yeah, yeah.
But actually, like shooting something in the face, that's a different thing.
Well, and there's a difference between game hunting and predator
Hmm.
pest nuisance hunting. When I say shooting things in the face, I'm talking about obviously I'm talking about pigs mainly,
Hmm.
and also coyotes, right? So I mean
Yeah.
you're a little bit different situation. But I will say this: it's not that I don't, and I've always advocated that probably before anybody should decide to carry or anything like that, or I mean maybe even be a gun owner in general. Um, One of the first things they should probably do is go on a hunt. Um, I think that there's something to be said about taking a living, breathing life like that.
Yeah.
Um, because there is, I don't know. I mean, I'm sure there's probably some psychopaths out there that legitimately can say they love shooting things in the face and don't get any fee-fees at all. But there's a little bit that you realize, once whether you're a kid, I can remember it pretty vividly. Um, that you do that, and you put down an animal or something like that, and I mean, it messes with you a little bit. Like there's something you feel. It's hard to explain, but and I'm like, yeah, I mean, if everybody could kind of experience that, would it make the world a better place? I don't know, because so many people are up into movies and TV and fucking video games and all that kind of shit that's not reality when a life gets ended, right?
Yeah.
Um,
K2 comes in with Clover. Have you seen or have you ever seen the video where someone's hunting a deer or a coyote with a 50 BMG?
I've seen some. I couldn't tell you what. I've shot pigs with 50 BMG. I would never shoot a deer. That's dumb with a 50
Hmm.
BMG. Would never shoot the deer around here are not big. So, I mean, I wouldn't even go, break out a 300 Win Mag or anything around
Mm.
here.
Hey,
That's
I have to
way,
take
way
off,
overkill.
but I got a kitchen to
Yeah.
clean
Cool.
up.
Thanks
So
for hanging out, Josie.
yeah, now that you got a buddy.
Yeah, I got a
All
buddy.
right.
Yeah, we're boring you. I get it.
No, I gotta clean up a kitchen. I like ran upstairs because you needed
Yeah, you do.
somebody, but I had to clean up. So like,
Yeah, you do. Clean that kitchen. Wash those dishes.
yep. All right.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
Exit.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. 50 BMG on a coyote.
Yeah. I'm a smaller guy. I mean, I'm a small caliber guy. I actually I'm probably a little weird that way.
Well, most of my coyote. I mean, you can get on some pigs in the daylight. Coyotes is hard to do in the daylight, and so typically you're running thermal. And I'm not putting, it. Man, they may be okay, but I'm not putting my thermals on my 50. I'm not bolting them on there. Ain't happening.
Yeah.
That being said, I seen a sweet fucking thermal at TriggerCon, dude. These
Yeah.
are kind of new to the market. Yeah, I got a card here somewhere, and I'll tell you the brand. Shinix, I think is the yeah.
Psionics.
SHINENYX.
Well, I've not heard of them.
Shinix. So I look through this thing. They've got a monocular and a scope,
Mm-hmm.
and I look through this thing, and I'm like, holy shit! Like the sharpness, the focus, whatever, like the contrast, like everything was amazing. Like I've never seen in I've looked through, I've actually hunted with 25 and $30,000 thermals before that didn't look this good. I'm like, what the hell? And get to talking with them, and they're running um, like a 4K digital night vision with
Yeah.
a 640 thermal overlay. So like all of the detail is like really popping with the digital night vision.
Yeah.
And then you lay, even though it's only 640, you lay the thermal over the top, and you know what I'm saying? It just it tricks your brain, I guess. Is how it works. But it
That's
was
interesting.
amazing, and I mean it was in comparable price range to things that don't have nearly as good a picture as those. I mean, it was in that price range of ATNs and Pulsars. I mean, that maybe $4 to $5 price range.
Yeah. Have you seen that Psionics night vision camera that they basically turned it into a set of MVGs, and it's pricey. It's it's like $2,000 or $2,500 or something like that, which is closing in on a set of PVS sevens, but um, it's amazingly clear. And I believe it has the ability to do thermal and um, basic. It's like a security camera, right? Like it's like a really really high tech, or not high tech, but high end, all in one security camera, except made into binoculars or monocular, whatever.
Well, I didn't know. I wasn't aware Sonics had anything that was thermal. I thought they were all
I
night
think
vision.
they did. I think they do now. I think that, well, and I could be wrong. I could be thinking of another brand, but the one from the latest one from Psionics that they have, they mean to mount to a helmet
Yeah,
is amazing. It's
yeah,
amazing,
yeah.
and for what you get, right? And so I've been in the market for the past year or so, and I was going to get a pretty decent set of MVGs, which right now, current market, they went from like $5,000 to 8 or 9 pretty quick. Um, so that's bad. And then I've been kind of waiting to see what goes on with these psionics, just to see what happens. I'm excited about it, to be honest. Really am.
Yeah, I got out of night vision really, really quickly. And I mean, night vision has its place.
Sure.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it doesn't. But I feel like night vision has its place more in a end world scenario, military role, person on person, combat type thing more than like a hunting application.
Hmm.
I just find thermal is just far superior
Yeah,
for hunting.
we've had that
Yeah,
discussion.
yeah,
Yeah.
and mainly because of detection, right? Uh,
Yeah.
it's the avoidance is super super hard. But you're right in that especially if you're talking about close quarters, right?
Yeah.
Things like that, especially um, night vision. At that point, I think would be superior.
Yeah, I think you know what I think is interesting? If you had told me just 3 years ago that be I would have not just one helmet, but multiple helmets outfitted with comm gear, radio, cameras, lights,
Yeah,
set up for MVGs, I'd have told you were lying. Because I never saw the need for it. And then I started shooting these matches where you had to, um, you had to actually wear gear, right? And it was called, they were, um, what they call it.
you ever been to Naughty After Dark? It's in your
No,
area.
no,
Opie from the Smokies.
no, no.
Really? Okay.
There's a night match this weekend actually at Dead Zero. I should go. I should have gone and shot it, or I should go shoot it, but I'm not.
I've
doing it.
never been, and he
I love night matches.
what was it? For the goals event in
Yeah.
Knoxville
Mhm.
here, what, a month ago now or so.
Yeah.
The range we used was his range. And he was like, "When are you gonna fucking come to Naughty After Dark?" I'm like, "Well,
Yeah.
eventually I'll get there." But
Yeah,
it's a nighttime,
Mhm.
training.
We have a lot of
type
night
thing and
matches.
all this.
We have a lot of night 3-gun matches. Or we
Everybody
do-
that goes raves about it.
Yeah. And they have white light and night vision divisions. And so if you'd told me that I had that stuff, I would have told you there's no way. And so, but I have all the gear now. Like I have really good, really good plate carriers, plates.
Well,
I have ballistic and bump helmets. I have comm gear that goes on the helmet. I have all of it. And a lot of it is not because I necessarily need it for like a match or something, but like I actually use it if I go out to just go coyote hunting or something, which here is a little weird. Although it's slowly changing. It's great to not have to it's great to have my hands free, and the helmet doesn't weigh enough. And if I don't know if you've ever tried to put lights on just a hat,
yeah,
it just doesn't work. And then you try the headbands and they
there's
don't
no
work.
strap under your chin is one of the biggest things.
Yeah, and I can just throw my helmet on, dude, and
yeah,
it's so easy.
Yeah,
so easy.
Well, I'm not a big fan of the armor that I have. Like other than, you get it, you do some videos, trying to help out a company, you do some things, whatever. But at the end of the day, I mean, I like having it, but there is virtually 0% chance that I see that I ever have to like kit up and use it.
Yeah.
And but
Yeah, no, I mean
it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So
well,
I'm a
I
big
was running
subscriber of that theory. So
yeah, so I was running the I was running divisions where you had a set list of equipment that you had to
yeah, right.
you had to have.
Yeah.
So I started out with really inexpensive plates, and then I realized that that inexpensive, they're a little thicker, they're maybe pretty light, but they're not as comfortable, they don't fit as well.
Yep.
And if you're going to be in it for any length of time at all, that stuff starts mattering like a lot.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And so I just kept moving up, man. I keep moving. And now I've got several sets of plates, several helmets.
Yeah, the tech keeps getting better with all that too. And,
yeah, you can't keep up, man. It's an arms race, literally. It's
yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And so it. I mean, if you'd told me just a few years ago, I'd have been like, no, I'm not doing it. There's no way.
Yeah.
I mean, kit division is tough enough. Like you got to carry all that damn weight, but then all of the gears, and it's all expensive gear. Like even just a regular bump helmet's $100.
Yeah.
And but I'm also
5 times that just with not the gear to go on it, but the accessories to mount the gear to it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So I think the mount for my my NVG mount, which I have mounts for my cameras and everything else that go into that mount. I think that was like $100. I think it was $125
as much
just
as
for
helmet.
the little mount. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Piece of metal. Yeah.
And then you start talking about straps, and you've got man.
Yeah. Yeah. All that stuff, man.
Before you ever even get any gear on it, you got $500 in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. I think
one piece at a time, man. If you're out there and you've got a budget, it's all you can do. One piece at a time. Don
Parker says that he quit going to this one range locally, but at that place you had to wear armor for your safety. They had no ranger supervision. I used to go to unsupervised ranges all the time. I don't feel that way, but but I used to actually tell people that, if you have it, it might be worth wearing at the
Yeah.
range because
I've never I've never been on a range when anything has been unsafe, and I've been
Mhm.
on unsupervised ranges, mostly unsupervised ranges.
Yeah,
When a competition wasn't going on, anyway. Put you
yeah,
that way. Those are obviously supervised.
mm,
But I have heard many, many true stories because you can back it up with multiple sources. Some of
yeah,
these events, there's a couple that I do not go to, will not go to,
hmm,
simply because they are known for all kinds of mishaps, from shooting
yeah,
people's trucks to just all kinds of weird shit going on. And it's
yeah,
like, you know what? I don't want any part of that. Now, as I say that, I'm thinking about we're gonna piss off some women here. I'm thinking about this year, and I had to go work the National Women's Range Day event, and I had 2 bays on an indoor range that was my responsibility. And dude, that was the scariest shit on a range that I've ever been in my life. I mean, it was probably 500, and we're talking about expertise levels across the gamut, from never shooting a gun before to,
hmm,
some of these were competitors.
yeah.
400 or 500 women came through, and I
Was this
mean
like Babes with Bullets or
there
something like
was similar. There
a
was
girl and a gun?
multiple negligent discharges. I would be working
Yeah,
one bay, I would go to the other, and I was having to be super fucking vigilant about checking the handguns, because that's what I had in each bay was handguns. Checking the handguns before I ever even started with the next lady, because behind my back in a matter of seconds, somebody would load a magazine, somebody would put one in a chamber and rack the slide, somebody like, and it's like, holy shit, like they
yeah,
were just unsafe. It was
yeah.
crazy, crazy.
I had so I've been in that situation where I used to go to a public indoor range, and I remember there was a guy who was like behind me, and he was
Later,
like
John. Be safe.
he was handling he was they would walk up to the window, shoot, and they'd come back and they'd load magazines and all that.
Yeah.
And but the thing was is they were actually like handling the guns behind me, and I'm like, about the third time they pointed a gun at me, I went out and I told the staff, I was like, you've got to get somebody out here, because if the next person who points a gun to me is getting one pointed back at them, because this is getting ridiculous. And
Yeah.
of course, they came out there and handled it. But I was at a range in California, and I think it's called Oak Tree. I could be wrong about that, but um, they apparently have enough shootings there that they, at the end of every bay, they have the live flight number and the grid coordinates.
Yeah, that's a good idea to have on a range, period, my
Yeah,
opinion.
yeah,
I've went through 2 or 3 different um, range safety officer and chief range safety officer. I had to with the shooting sports stuff,
hmm,
and in every class, if I'm recalling correctly, because that's been years ago, a lot of years ago. Every one of those classes I went through, that was something that was talked about that needed to be posted big, visibly. All of that.
yeah,
It's GPS, phone numbers, all of that. It's just smart. But I feel what you're saying. I mean, that
hmm,
would kind of make you uneasy, because I know a lot of ranges that don't have that,
yeah.
but
So I was out there.
they're also not NRA certified or whatever either.
Yeah, so I was out at this range, and we're it was I was with a group, and we were training with an instructor, and it was really just a lot of concealed carry stuff, which I do a
Yeah.
lot of competition, but I don't actually, at that time anyway, I really didn't do a lot of concealed carry. And so it's this guy. There was a guy in the bay next to us, and he had a steel plate up probably 10 or 15 yards, and he was drawing from appendix, putting one or two on the target and then reholstering, and he was just basically doing splits, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And um and working. I got the feeling that he was working on clearing the shirt and getting the punch out right, and just really, getting his technique down. I got the idea that he knew what he was doing. I mean, because you stand there and watch people, you know what, you know how it is. You stand there and watch people. You don't mean to do it, you just do it.
Yeah.
And I'm so we're, my class is going on, and we go from, some guy, because look, everybody carries concealed differently. So like at that point, I was carrying it like basically 100% at the, my left, or pardon me, my right hip, right behind my pocket, right.
Yeah.
So on the
2:30,
belt,
3 o'clock or so.
yeah, like between a 3 and 4 o'clock position.
Oh, okay. Further back.
A little further back, so I could get my hand in my pocket really well, but the gun was out, and I could sit in a car, and that was really what determined where it was. If I, because I just want to be able to sit in a car comfortably for if I had to drive any length of time. And that's where I was drawing from. There were other guys that were drawing from appendix. There were other guys drawing from where the fuck ever, whatever. Yeah. And they were really, and what we were really trying to do is, my goal was to get a little bit smoother on my draw and to trying to learn some things and make my movement more efficient. And the instructor was really good. He's a really pretty good guy. And we show up, we're start running our drills, and we hear this guy. You'd hear Kydex, that sound, and then bang bang, and then Kydex, bang bang, Kydex. And
rhythm got off, huh?
And all of a sudden, we hear Kydex, bang, bang, bang. And we literally hear that, because it wasn't like a scream or anything. It was just like a, like a guttural, And I'm like, oh shit, I think that guy just shot at himself. And he did. He had actually, what he had done is when he was reholstering, I think that he was focused on his target, thinking about that next shot. And he, because I think he was using a SIG, like a P320 compact is what I think it was, is what I recall.
Yeah.
And I think when he holstered it, his shirt got caught in the trigger, and when he punched it in his holster, thinking that he was overcoming the Kydex, it discharged. It almost took his nuts off. Like, I'm not kidding. Like, the hole was like in close proximity.
Missed the femoral or
barely. Like,
oh,
and I think it nicked it because he bled a lot.
Yeah.
And of course,
wasn't all the way through. Didn't sever it.
Yeah, it didn't sever it. I think it just nicked it because so basically what happened is we all heard that, and a couple of us look around the berm, and we're like, oh crap, that guy shot himself. And by the time we had said, oh crap, that guy shot himself, our instructor had run to his truck, grabbed his bag, and was already, he was already headed there. Now, and me and another guy kind of got there. We all kind of converged and saying, I don't know what the fuck I was going to do. I didn't have shit with me, just I had a tourniquet, man. That doesn't help you. And so the the instructor, man, he was on it just. And we had one of the girls that was with us I think we had 3 people that were already on cell phones calling the life flight, and dude lived, so he got super because we were the only people there, dude.
Yeah.
Except for the people down at the office.
Well, it's important too, in case anybody knows, and then they could call. If you're ever on a range and you've got an ND like that, like Grid's talking about, and you do call it in, make sure you're very clear and don't say there's been a shooting at the range.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Because they're going to send the fucking SWAT team out and everything else, and they're going to take their time to do that.
No lie.
That's the problem. Is you get somebody that's bleeding out, time is of the essence, and they're going to be kitting up and all this other kind of shit. Make sure you say we've had a negligent discharge in a training session. That way they understand there is not some crazed lunatic, out there, and then they can send life flight or the ambulance or whatever they need to do as quickly as possible. because they're not going to send medical help until they know it's secure.
Right.
Sure,
That's
they know
absolutely
that.
true. Hank Reardon. So I started taking my son to the range at about 5 or 6, and that got a couple of eyes. But he could shoot he could shoot a 22 rifle. That's no big deal.
You're bound by Hank. You're going to be bound by, sadly, you're going to be bound
Policy.
by range rules. Who that particular range will set particular rules.
Usually it's like
Typically,
8. I think it's 8.
it's 8, and the reason it's 8, for the most part, is that's when organized shooting sports ages start. Is 8, typically,
Yeah.
with most of them.
That's where
So,
all the Appleseed stuff and all that.
yeah.
That's
Now there are ranges that will allow you to bring kids to the range, um, but at a younger age, they can't shoot.
Yeah.
So, um, and I'm a proponent of getting them on the range. Not necessarily pulling triggers, but on the range as soon as they're old enough to understand how to keep on their eye and ear pro. And they can pick up brass. They can help post targets. They can help, maybe clean the guns. You can always involve your kiddos, and you should, as early as possible. That
Yeah.
way, the firearms are just a part of their life. It's a regular thing. It's not taboo. It's not some mystical thing that they feel they need to fucking play with. It's like, oh yeah, that's Dad's guns. I've seen them 1,000 times. Well, ain't no big deal.
Yeah, I think that you have to you tread a fine line though, because like I've been so my son is so comfortable with them. I've been catching him like I've got a set of I have an armor kit that I leave in my
Yeah.
truck, and it's in the garage right now because I don't drive the truck very much. I don't want anything to happen to it, and so I have it in the garage. Well, I literally have caught my son out there all kitted up, ballistic helmet and everything, and I've got this AK pistol that he just loves. I don't even have any ammo for it because I don't like AKs. I don't have any 7.62 by 39 at all. I don't think. So I don't think I have any ammo for it. But he'll run. He'll LARP all over the garage with that thing. He gets up in the plates. He gets the helmet on. But he's and he's totally safe about it. But if somebody saw him doing that, they'd probably freak out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's safe. I don't got a fucking problem with it. Quit being so hard on the kid.
Well, the kid's very funny, and but I mean, he's always done it. Like I remember, I was. See, have you ever? I don't know if you shoot precision rifle much, but there's at one point.
Well, not your type of PRS, like long
Yeah.
range type. No, I mean, but yeah, but
Okay. Well, so there's some. It's hard to practice actual PRS.
Yeah.
And so a lot of guys that to do dry fire with PRS, they get these small targets.
Yeah.
They use a different scope on the gun.
Yep.
And they can dry fire in their house, right?
They just change the scale, basically.
Yeah, you're changing the scale. So you're using a 4 power at 15 yards versus a 14 power at 1,000 yards. So it gives you the same. Everything looks the same. It feels the same, and you're pulling the trigger. So I had a gas gun set up for because the gas gun stuff was out to about 1,000 yards, and so I had an AR-10 platform set up in a 6.5 Creed, and it was basically just ready to go. I had to bipod everything, and so I'm sitting there practicing my prone, and I get up to take a phone call or something. I come back, and my son, and he was like 6 at this point, maybe 5, and he is prone on the gun perfectly. I have a picture of it. It's hilarious. I mean, he's got his feet out right, his legs are spread, his weight's behind the gun. I mean, he is at 6. He is flawlessly, or pretty damn close to flawlessly on the gun for a good PRS shot. And I was like really, really proud of him at that point. So, but I've been teaching him since like day one. So
Yeah.
Well, 4 years old. I started teaching him at 4 years old. So,
yeah.
good evening, Serene. It's you're running a little behind tonight. I hope you're okay. Don Parker, I mean, it's no different than the kids in airsoft and full tactical gear, right? Except he's got a real gun, and if he had ammo for it, he'd have ammo for it. But yeah.
Well, what's the rule on the only thing where I'm confused with that is did you know about it, and what was he doing with a real gun with you not knowing about it or whatever? Like how did all that
So he
play out?
has his, all right. So this is something I rarely lock my gun lockers. And if I'm be gone there, that I'll lock them. But I'm in and out of those things too much to lock them.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
And so he can go in there anytime he wants. I don't care. He knows. I mean, he's a responsible human.
So there was no rules broken. Is what you're saying?
No, he's not breaking any rules. I just find it hilarious. I'm not mad at him. I just think it's funny.
No, I was just asking because I said leave the kid alone. If you say he wasn't hurt nobody.
Yeah.
But I mean, I didn't know if he broke a rule or not. So
No.
I was clarifying.
So and it's interesting because I was talking to somebody the other night, and they were like, "Well, aren't you afraid of?" Oh no, they were talking about the kids who behave badly in school with firearms, and I'm like, well, I never really worry about that with my kid. My son has his own AR-15 in his bedroom right now, and 2 shotguns in his room right now. They're his guns, and I literally tell him, like, take your shit upstairs.
Yeah, that was 14-year-old birthdays were ARs in my house. So
yeah, exactly. Christmas.
Build them. We would build them together.
Right, exactly. It's exactly what we did. 14. He turned 14.
Yeah.
Or he is 14 and
13 was cell phone. We didn't do cell phones until teenager.
Yeah.
So you didn't get a cell phone until 13, and then 14 was AR.
Yeah, and so he built his own AR, and he got he got it. We got him the CZ Canvas back as his gun for sporting clays until he earned the Browning, whatever the hell that thing is. 927 or whatever it is, 327, whatever version of Browning it is. But and it's and going from the CZ to the Browning was like going from a Pinto to a Ferrari. I mean, it was just like there's no difference. I mean, no comparison. But
once you've developed some game,
Yeah.
If you're just starting out, it ain't gonna do you a damn bit of good.
Yeah, right. And that was the thing. I told him, I'm like, hey, you got to do this. You have to learn how to do it right.
Yeah.
Never had an AR, but when I was 14, I had an SKS in your bedroom.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. What SKS? Do you remember, Don? Just curious.
Norinco? What's up?
Yugo? Romanian?
I had a Norinco. I miss it. I've had a couple of SKSs.
I've got a Norinco and a Yugo.
Yeah.
And I've got to get the Yugo. I've got to get the years ago, I had the bright idea of putting the stock and having the detachable magazines and all that shit, and I need to put it all back original at some point. I got all the stuff to do it, right? Because that's one of the things is I will Gucci up and do all kinds of crazy stuff to my guns sometimes, but I always keep all the original stuff.
Yeah.
Because, every now and then you want to put it all back together the way it's supposed to be, right? That's one I need to, but it's probably been 10 or 15 years at least now. Good Lord, it's probably been, no, not even 10, at least 15. And I've been saying that. I'm like, I need to put that SKS back together original, and I've yet to do it.
Yeah.
Said Romanian. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I just have this very strange thing about, the kids being around them, and there's just no mystery in them. Like I had one of the 1911s out the other night cleaning it because it just seemed like it was a little bit sticky, I guess. Right word. So I cleaned it and I left it sitting on my desk. There's loaded mags beside it. There's no mag in the gun because it's sitting on my desk. But loaded mags beside it, gun on the desk. My son comes in, looks at it, racks it, checks it out, puts it back, and does his homework at my desk.
Yeah.
He just doesn't care.
Well, I'm in a bit of it's weird territory. You get into when you start getting into grandbabies, you start getting into weird territory because
Yeah,
grandbabies
I don't have any of those.
are not, not yet anyway, but there's probably some folks out there in the chat that do. Grandbabies are a weird thing because you've got an in-law
Yeah.
and your kid, right? And the way
Hmm.
they
But
was
you don't
raised,
know their kid.
but then that doesn't mean they're going to transfer how they was raised over their kid, first of all, and then you got the influence of the in-law. And
Yeah.
so my grandbabies, we're very, very strict here
Hmm.
when it comes to any guns. Like Nerf, for example. I can remember a couple years back, um, they got some Nerf guns for Christmas and some other things here. And I literally set up a range. I took the boxes and got some duct tape and the boxes,
Nice.
and I got some cans and some soda cans and some other shit. And I literally set up a range in the hallway because the first thing they want to do is shoot each other. And I'm like, not at Pop's house. We don't fucking shoot each other here. Like, we can play with them. That's cool. We'll play with them all fucking day, but we ain't shooting each other. Fuck
Yeah.
that. And so I set up a little range, and they had a blast. And we don't. It's a different set of rules here. I don't know what the rules are really at their house. Apparently they do shoot each other with Nerf guns there,
Yeah.
but here we don't do that.
So I don't have that issue really. My wife, my wife's parents just stay out of that, and my parents stay out of it. So it's just me. But I don't know. Another set of grandparents that could be weird.
Well,
So
I didn't mean grandparents. I mean like your in-law, like your
yeah,
daughter-in-law, for example, or whatever, right? Like
yeah,
you don't
yeah.
know
No,
what.
I don't have that problem
Is
yet
she not
either.
going to be vigilant with the firearm training and safety and education? Like
Yeah, I'd have to trust my son, the teacher.
right.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
I'm trying to get
And
him
that's
to
what I'm
where he's a
saying.
good
What I'm
teacher.
saying is there's variables that because that's not your child, right?
Yeah.
You can't control. And so because of that, I err for maximum safety when we're at Pop's house.
Yeah, so that's an interesting subject because I try and teach my son to be a teacher of everything that I teach him so that not only does he eventually pass it on to his children, but he passes it on to everyone he meets, right? So it's like,
Well,
even
you're also talking about the difference of your son versus my daughter. So I'm faced with
yeah,
a son-in-law, right?
yeah,
Which is a little different. It's a lot different actually
yeah,
situation.
yeah, probably so. Joe Mobley asked, "What do y'all think about high-end rifles? Worth it? Only high-end I have is a Daniel Defense rifle. Daniel Defense is cool.
I
I
didn't
used to
talk to
really like
them
their
not
barrel.
once at TriggerCon. I could care less.
You what now?
Daniel Defense. I said I didn't talk to them not once at TriggerCon
Yeah,
and didn't
interesting.
even shoot their shit on range day. Like I said, I could care less. But anyway, go ahead.
I used to like their barrels, but then I got into like really good barrels, and so Joe Mobley. I build all my own ARs from a very select group of pieces. I actually have it down to a science now. And my at the end of the day, my goal is to be able to hit an 8-inch plate repeatedly at about 500 yards on the clock. And if I can do that with an AR, I'm done. That's a good AR. If it won't do that, then it's there's something wrong. There's
Yeah, I'm a little different. I mean, I'm the same. My very first one was bought off a shelf of a pawn shop.
mm,
Uh, the next fucking 20, I don't know, were all built, purpose driven, whether that's style or cartridge or chambering, whatever.
mhm.
And then since the whole YouTube thing, I get sent shit all the time, to do videos on, test out, whatever. So I'm super indifferent. Like, there is a place for rifles. I think that you can get into a decent quality AR for
Mhm.
$400 or $500. Um,
I'd
and
agree with that.
if that's all you can afford, you fucking definitely need one because that's America's rifle at this point. Let's be honest. And then if you want to upgrade to something like Grid's talking about, or Daniel Defense, or a POF, or a Noveski, or a you pick the high end brand, I guess, right? There's a bunch
Yeah.
of them out there. Cox Arms, yeah, there's a lot of nice ones.
Yeah. My
Yeah.
favorite kind of high end rifle right now is the MASP Industries. And they're out of,
Yeah.
I think, Nebraska, I think, or Kansas or something.
MASP, MASP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they got some nice stuff.
Yeah, their stuff is really good, but not really exorbitantly priced. So
They got they were at SugarCon too.
oh yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
I would, yeah, honestly, I would expect so.
Yeah.
So, but I just, it's like I know the barrels I use are going to work. I know, I just don't like.
Well, it's better.
I don't experiment that much anymore. I guess
It's better to me.
Mm-hmm.
At a certain point. I mean, you probably need to buy it for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe your first 2 or 3 even. Depending on how handy you are, whether you can build yourself, budget constraints, other things. You're way better off rather than buying a $700-800 rifle and then dumping,
Another grand in it.
a grand in parts, and then you've got extra parts laying around and whatever. I mean, uppers and lowers aren't that expensive.
Yeah.
Just buy an upper lower set and put the thing together the way you want it from the start, And then every part in piece and you know what to expect. And, there's something to be said. What is that? Don't go into battle with another man's rifle or whatever. Like, that's definitely not another man's rifle if you put the bastard together.
Yeah. So I don't, and that kind of brings up a whole other thing, because I mess with my guns. Well, not so much anymore. I used to mess with them a lot, but anytime you mess with a gun, I mean, even changing the muzzle brake, a lot of times even just cleaning it, I go re-zero after that, because I have actually had where I did something that I didn't think would change anything about the point of impact.
Verify.
Yeah, and you just have to verify it. And I have also made small adjustments where it was like, yeah, this isn't going to bother anything, and the gun just would not run.
Well, I also adopt a rule. I do not put my guns away squeaky clean. Well, let me back up. Black powder, I do.
Yeah, sure.
Rust to no end. But smokeless powder, I never put my guns up squeaky clean. Never, never, never. Now, they get cleaned. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna put 2 or sometimes 2 or 3 rounds, maybe even through them, and then put them up. I want a little bit of fouling every single time. And same way with anything that I carry, definitely the same thing. I'm going to put a few rounds through it once I get it clean. Again, mostly just to verify, but for accuracy reasons, typically a little bit of fouling. You get that first shot or 2 down. Sometimes that first shot or 2 can be a little off.
Yeah. I'll go with that. Well, I think I have a somewhat controversial view on that, and that is I do not over clean guns. I think most damage is caused by over cleaning, far more than just leaving the gun dirty. I went an entire season and I didn't clean my AR at all.
Yeah.
And I never had a problem with it. It ran great. And it just never gave me one single problem.
Most manufacturers, when they're going through doing their R&D and their testing and stuff, they're going to do 1,000 to 2,000 rounds, or sometimes even 5,000 or 10,000 round burn downs. And so what that means is you go out to the range and you run 100 rounds through it. You take it back home and clean it. Why? Fucking why? It was designed to run minimum of 1,000, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000 rounds, whatever. I mean, you can check your manual. It's pretty easy to find that information online. You could probably even call the manufacturer up and they'll tell you straight up, oh yeah, when we test, we do X number of rounds. So until you get to that point, unless you're having a problem, that's the caveat.
Mhm.
Then yeah, leave it alone, run it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I actually had a deal where we were what was it? I had I had a friend of mine who constantly tore his gun down. He lost springs and stuff like that. That was all terrible. Um, I I did a test one time with a gun store, and they just took like, and I want to say it was like a Smith and Wesson M&P, but it could have just been like a CMMG. Just it was a $500 AR. It was an
Yeah.
off the shelf, barely mil spec, right? And and we had this was when ammo was significantly cheaper, and we're like, we're just going to run it and see how long it takes for this thing to stop running.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I think it was like 8,000 rounds.
Yeah. What stopped? What
The
broke?
magazines.
Mags.
The magazines were full of garbage.
So a lot of people don't know this, but when firearms manufacturers are testing guns and they run through for their failure test, common wearable parts, they don't even count those. So, like, if they say, oh, well, we tested this, and we run it, let's say 5,000 rounds before there was a failure, they're not counting springs. They're not counting firing pins. Like, they only count, like, major, like, catastrophic failures, major parts, things like that.
Mhm.
And a lot of people don't realize that. And and that's where they'll get with a Daniel defense or a scene where I think John Mobley was talking about, more expensive handguns too out there. So you'll see, and people will get a stick up their ass about, oh, well, this company, they do 5,000 rounds without any, and it's like, yeah, they tell you that, but they're not telling you the fine print,
Yeah.
But on his thing, he was talking about, something up there about handguns. John Mobley was, or where it was at. Oh, high-end pistols, he says, are a different story. Definitely worth it. I disagree because you say
I'm on the
worth
other
it.
side of that fence.
Because you say worth it, and worth it is subjective. That's the whole problem with this argument. And you come over to the gun space, we argue all the time about shit. And I'm in the camp that, again, $400 AR somewhere, $200 pistol. Like, if it does what you need it to do, it's kind of like Josie earlier in her SIG 365, that I've never been a fan of the SIG 365.
I have one.
But
Carry it.
you know what? Then carry it, love it, shoot
Yeah.
it, enjoy that fucker. I don't want one.
Yeah. I
It's not
love the
worth it to me.
365.
It's not worth it to me simply because I don't want one. But there may be some shit out there that you say the same thing that I want. So,
Well, so you're probably well, I think people are just different, right? Like I have a buddy of
yeah,
mine, and
there's a reason there's 85 billion fucking models of
yeah,
firearms. Like,
yeah,
it's because people like different shit.
yeah. So I have and look, everybody is different, right? So like I like I like the 365. It's a great gun. It does everything I want it to do. The trigger's reasonable. The sights are good. You can hit what you aim at with it, and so for small guns, it is the best small gun that I have personally tried.
Mm-hmm.
I had a car which is a better gun, arguably, but it's heavy as fuck.
I think it's better built, but I don't think it's a better gun. I would disagree with that.
Yeah, it feels better in your hand, right? Like it feels like a real. I mean, I hate to say real gun.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I've never liked the way a car felt either.
I always feel
yeah.
when I pick one up, I'm like, this is quality.
I mean, okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, but that goes to the build, not like actually feels good like to me to shoot in my hand.
When I pick one up, I'm like, this is a quality piece. I can trust this.
Yeah.
This will go bang every time.
Yes, yeah, the fit and finish is usually what I say. Is how I put it.
But
The
they're
fit and the
heavy.
finish
That
on it
that
is
comes at
better.
a price. They're heavy.
Mhm.
They don't really fit me. The I don't know. I've had a couple of, I like them so much. I bought one twice. I bought it, I didn't like it. I sold it and I bought another one in stainless because I thought maybe it was just, I was, because I was a little freaked out about, sweat ruining it because it was blued and not parkerized or anything, anything tough. And I'm like, maybe
Yeah.
stainless, and that'll put my mind at ease. But no, it just sucked. So I got rid of that. I like the 365, but I can't, dude. It's a toolbox to me, man. So like some days it's a 365, some days it's a P320X carry, right?
Mhm.
Some
Yeah.
days I carry a full size 2011 and I make no apologies.
Yeah.
You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
and I
I keep
literally,
a pretty short list on the regular carry rotation. I mean, there's no
yeah,
more than 5 in that list.
yeah.
But I mean, there is one-offs. I'll one-off occasionally. It
Yeah.
happens.
Well, I go through a rotation just because it depends on clothing, what I'm wearing, where I'm going,
No, exactly. Yeah.
so it's a toolbox. And I practice with all of them, and I have the manual of arms for most of them down, which is, that's why I don't carry the HKP 30 or the Walther anymore, because the mag releases are so different than anything
Paddle.
else.
That paddle release.
Yeah.
I
There's
love the
just too
paddle
different.
release. Oh,
I
I love
do
the
love it.
paddle release.
It's
But you're
great.
right. It's awkward though.
It's not awkward. It's just different. My thumb automatically goes for that.
That's what I'm getting at. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, because the vast majority of other handguns is the button on the side. So
yeah.
I'm
I
the
love
same
that HK
way.
one. It's great.
I'm the same way if I carry anything that has the heel release, right? It's the same way.
Yeah, I only have one. I think I only have one gun that has a heel release,
Yeah.
and it's a great. I mean, it's great. It works perfect. But again, I'm so used to a specific feel that it doesn't matter that the gun's bigger or smaller, but all
But
the controls are
at the
still
end
the
of the
same.
day, does it matter? Because at what are the odds you're going to be in a firefight where you have to drop a mag? You know.
Yeah, and
So
I like that argument a lot. So and here's my counter argument to most arguments involving a pistol is, um, I keep a rifle in my truck for a reason, right? Like the
yeah, but
pistol,
I
the
even
pistol's
have
cool. The pistol's
yeah.
cool, but
But we
I'm
have that
going to get that rifle.
conversation too. We have that
Yeah,
conversation all the time. It ain't
sure.
even been. It hadn't been a week ago. Maybe been 2. That I was in a conversation in the gun space with that because people kept bringing that up. Like, oh, if I can just get to my truck, I've got my rifle. If I can get to my truck, I'm like, what kind of fucking firefight are you in
Yeah, I'm not
everyday
going
life
back.
that
Yeah, I'm
you
definitely not going back.
that
But
you've made it to your truck and now you're gonna
no,
get your rifle and go back into
no.
like what? That don't
Yeah,
even
so
make
my
any sense.
my and the only way that I care about that is if I have to, if I'm in my truck or next to my truck, the pistol's just there to give some distance until I can get to that, until I can pull that rifle out. And
Right.
I'm not talking that my truck rifle is an SBR. It's a 10 and a half SBR in with a Deadfoot Arms um,
Nice.
HK style stock. And I'm
Deadfoot's got
telling you,
sweet shit, man.
huh?
Like Deadfoot has such sweet stuff.
It is so legit. It
Yeah.
works and it fires every time. And I mean, it's not a competition build by any means, but it's just dead reliable parts. It's got a CMC trigger. It's got a red
Texas
dot on
made,
it.
baby. Texas made.
That's right. It's got a shake awake hollow sun on it.
Mm.
So, dude, I'm just telling you, it's close enough to a pistol that if I had an overcoat on, I could tuck it under my jacket and
Yeah.
nobody would know. But
Yeah.
it's better than any pistol I could have put my hands on. But again, if I have, if I'm going to be out moving somewhere, I would rather have that. I'd rather have a 2011 with the 21 round mag
Yep.
and a spare 21 round mag. And that's, I'm telling you, I'm very, very, very,
Yeah.
very comfortable with that specific setup. But again, none of this matters if you never take it out of its holster. None of it matters
Oh,
if
yeah.
you never make it to the range, or if all you do when
Yeah.
you go to the range is stand in a stall and shoot paper. That's why
Well,
I got back into competition because with action shooting, it's so much more um there's so much more dynamic, and there's so much more stress that I
mhm.
was like, you know what, this
I've
is I need to do this. I need to do
I've
more of it.
I've actually got a couple of battery power. Well, I say they're battery powered. They got built-in batteries, but strobe lights. And I've had them for a while. Where I will actually go out at night.
Mhm.
And I usually only do it on the weekend. And I let well, are all of my neighbors but one that are close enough that we're remotely bothered would be our family. But either way, try to let them know. And I'll go out and spend, half hour, 45 minutes, not terribly long, but just enough, and set those strobes up. They're small, turn them on. And I've got one back at me and one down at the target. You know what I mean? They're back to back.
Mhm.
And I will actually shoot with those strobes on,
Mhm.
you know.
Yeah.
And I've done it before where I've shot in the rain, driving in
Mm.
freaking rain. I'll go out, it'd be pouring down rain. I'll look at the radar, no lightning or anything, right? Just pour down rain. And it's like, you know what? let's go let's go out for about 10 minutes and put some rounds down range in the rain, you know.
Yeah.
And then loud music, like
Mhm.
putting in earbuds and cranking that shit up, you
Oh, I
know.
have a great story about that. I got a great story about that. So I was at not last year, but the year before last. I did the battle for the South in North Carolina, and at the Griffin Training Group. It's a fantastic facility, and I mean I mean it's an airport that is I mean it's where they train. They have an explosives area. It's it's legit. It's a legit training area, and so one of the stages was this jungle run, and you started off with the shotgun. It was a slug, and then a bunch of bird shot, and then you went to your pistol as you came down this hill, and you had to shoot some paper in the woods, and that you're hunting for targets, right? And so I'm rolling through there pretty good, and I had a D60 on my belt pouch because I knew that there were a lot of targets in the woods, and my rule of thumb is that I always bring more than you ever think you'll ever need, and because I might miss. And so I shoot the last pistol target, drop the mag, holster the pistol, which I don't have to do, but I did it just at expediency. And I unsling the rifle and I reach back and my mag is gone. Because somewhere in there I had lost it. So I shout backing and I turn around and I throw the rifle over my shoulder and I run back the direction I just come. And I almost ran over the RO. I tripped over a root and I fell. Everything's safe. Everything's good. But somehow I must have touched my ear pro. My ear, I have Bluetooth ear pro, and I touched the button, and I have the offspring come out and play at full volume in my ear,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
now it's a video game.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
I've got a
Right.
D60, right? I got a D60 in an AR. I'm not even looking at the sights. I'm literally like point shooting all of these targets as fast as I can. And I actually outran that Trigger Tech Diamond trigger and broke it. That's how fast I was shooting. I outran the trigger.
Yeah. It was all
And
instinct at that point.
it was 100% video game at that point.
Yeah. That's a great revolver, Don. Talk about the 627 V comp, and I fully endorse anybody and everybody getting them a 357 revolver for sure.
Oh, yeah. Dan Wesson. It's great. I got a Dan Wesson.
Yeah, yeah, Dan Wesson works. At least the Smith and Wesson.
Yeah. Yeah, at the very least. But yeah, it was great. It was a great time. And I didn't realize I had broken the trigger, but I did, and I ended up having to send it back. They never did tell me what was wrong with it. I figured out later that I had outrun it. That I was pulling the trigger so fast that it wasn't somewhere and the reset, it just broke.
Yeah,
And
snapped a sear probably, or trigger
no,
leg.
the Trigger Tech Diamond's a weird trigger anyway, and there's
Oh,
like,
is it a drop in?
yeah,
Oh yeah. More parts than that. Yeah, sure.
yeah,
Makes sense.
and yeah, I mean, it was a great trigger, but
Yeah,
I
could
mean,
have broke anything. Could have broke anything. Could have been a spring issue or anything.
I think it cammed over.
Yeah, but it would have had to shaved something like
something
on the
definitely fucked up.
sear or the sear catch or something in order to cam over. You would think, but yeah, either
I
way.
got I ended up, so I called Donnie Flo from Stage Zero Shooting Supplies, who was there. Shout out to him. If you need cool shooting stuff, Stage Zero, it's where you need it. And I called him up and I'm like, hey man, I know this is weird, but what triggers do you have, here in the trailer? And he's like, well, I've got this and this and this. And I'm like, yeah, none of those they all suck. I don't want any of those. And he's like, I've got a Trigger Tech, or I got a Timney Daniel Horner signature. And I'm like, that's one. I need that. Give me that. And I paid him and the next morning he rolled down my first stage. I dropped the trigger out of my rifle and put the trigger back in, put the Daniel Horner trigger on it, and just rock and rolled, kept going with it. So,
yeah. Yep.
And I love that trigger. If you haven't tried one, it's a great trigger. It's really awesome. But I have again, it's a different game, right? Like I have people that try my Elftman and the Trigger Tech and the Daniel Horner, and they're like, it's it's too light. They feel like that they're just accidentally triggered all the time, but you shouldn't do that. I mean, like that should never be a concern, to be honest with you. I've never, I mean, I've done some really stupid things, and I've never AD'd the rifle. So
yeah.
Matter of fact, I've fallen several times, and I've never AD'd while I've fallen, because I don't. I'm just way more. I'm way more aware that I have a loaded firearm in my hand than that the fact that I'm falling on my face.
There is an element of muscle memory to trigger discipline. I mean, there just is. Yeah.
Yeah, there really is. And it gets better if
I will find myself grabbing cordless drills and shit and having trigger discipline. It's like, or even using them and and you'll be drilling holes, and I'll look down and my finger will be out. I'll have to measure something or move around, and I'll look down and my finger will be out. It's like, why is my finger like, why did I do that? Like, and it's just, it's muscle memory.
Have you, and so when I'm transferring, even when I'm transitioning targets, and these are like 2.5 pound triggers, right? They're super light in a rifle. That's pretty light. And I think maybe the Elfman might be even a little lower. And even when I'm transitioning targets, I have my finger on the trigger. I know I've never just accidentally like zapped it.
Well, depending on what type of accuracy you're looking for, and typically running gun stuff is not like pinpoint.
Oh no, there's accuracy involved.
You can come completely off the trigger every single trigger pull, and other than losing hundredths of a second or tenths of a second in time, like it's not affecting your accuracy. It's really not.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're still in that zone that you need to be in. Now, if you're precision and you're trying to shoot one whole groups, you need to everything needs to be as consistent as possible, and at that point you shoot from a reset so that your finger stays in the exact same spot.
Yeah, Mike Ball with three. I shoot a lot of 3-gun, and all the paper is just 2 anywhere and roll, except if you shoot a PCSL match, their scoring is different. Their scoring is actually, I think, the best scoring out there right now. So I love PCSL. What's up, JS Urban Adventures? You shoot 3-gun, Mike Ball? I shoot 3-gun. Man, I really want to do
I shoot all the guns.
all the guns.
Yeah.
I shoot all I bring with me.
I don't limit myself to just 3. I shoot all the
Yeah.
guns.
What part of the country do you shoot in, Mike Ball? You don't have to tell me where you're at, just which part of the country.
No, we want to know zip code, and fucking street address, and
Hey,
everything.
speaking of zip codes, didn't you tell me that there was some property out near you that was like super cheap?
There's property all over here super cheap. Well, this is like the armpit of Texas, dude. What are you talking about?
You need to tell John Smith he's looking for a house.
Oh, is he? Yeah,
Yeah.
I can. He just needs to get. I can give him some zip codes. East Texas, pretty easy, but
Yeah.
Cherokee County specifically.
Yeah.
But
I think
yeah.
he's looking for somewhere a little closer, but he may have to be more rural since he works from home anyway. Who cares?
rural. Oh, we got good high speed internet and all that out here. So we've got
Yeah.
two. There's 2 fiber optic companies. The phone company and the light and the power company both have fiber optic now. So you've got
Nice.
actually a choice of fiber optic here. So.
Sweet.
And it's good, and it's good fiber optic. It's not that in town shit, that big city shit that some people have to deal with,
Big city.
where all you share shit.
Yeah.
It's not that way here. You got one fiber that feeds you, and it goes all the fucking way.
Yeah, I have some really good friends that shoot. I used to shoot in Texas a couple of times a year, and then a couple of the matches went away, and I actually just got, and I need to call about it, but I just got my invitation to the, what are they calling it this year? I think they're still calling it the Texas State Championship.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they they actually have a highest Texan category, and you get a belt buckle if you win high Texan.
Yeah.
Because you guys love your belt buckles,
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Yep, belt buckles were definitely a thing back in the youth shooting sports. Days of stuff. A lot of matches we did. Belt buckles there wasn't no trophies. You got belt buckles.
Yeah. I need to shoot more this year. This coming year I'm going to do more matches. I'm healed up.
Yeah.
Enough, and
Yeah.
one-legged. You know what? I got you, bro. I got you. I have a buddy of mine. He's in Texas now too. Texas is all this. This is good. Let me see.
Texas is just big, so
Yeah, a lot of cool stuff out in Texas.
So,
We like Texas.
by the sheer math,
Yeah,
the odds work out for Texas usually.
yeah. Let me
I don't know if I'll ever get back into doing any competitive stuff.
Hmm.
Don't know if I ever will.
Hmm. I got a buddy of mine. Let me see if I can find him over here. He's got one eye and one leg.
Well, as long as this is good eye, he's good to go, man.
Yeah, James Gill. He's Staff Sergeant Gill. He's still high speed, but he's really cool. He's a really cool dude. So, and there you go. See if he's got any of his videos up. I'll show them to you. This wacky dude. Well, you got quiet. You okay? You going to sleep?
No, I'm fine. I'm here.
Going to sleep, are you?
I'm here. I'm here.
All right.
I was. Yeah.
Being respectful. Is that's what it is?
What do you want me to do? Just talk the entire fucking show and just talk over everybody?
I wasn't going to say anything, but
you know, God. Nobody out there's asking any questions.
I know it's everybody. You know, the chat is like
the
really.
Chat fucking fell asleep. We bored them. Arthur Dying said, "Shit, I'm pissed off because like she wanted me to jump on here because she was tired of the drama, and so she's. I'm like,
we
well,
calmed it way down.
I'll jump on there and do some gun prattle. She's like, please, and then she hadn't said shit. So
but we did. We were only. There was no actual drama. It was just
no. It was the meta drama.
Yes, yeah, we're just metaing it because you know people are just being weird lately for some stupid ass reason. I don't know why.
Now, Mr. Boulay, he's talking shit about iPoints out there.
Yeah, he's a weird dude too.
So that's fine.
Right, so this is my buddy Gil. I don't know why I can't rewind it. That's
hey,
right.
Is Glenn in the back chat? Really?
Is he really?
He says, here's a question. How long are you going to keep me in the career?
There we go. So he's spinning that. Okay, I don't know if you guys can see the spinner that he's shooting at. He's got to shoot top, bottom. But I like it better when we get the running. Here we go. Look at that bionic man. He's only got one eye. That's tactical games, for sure.
You can run for one leg.
I know, right? Look at that. You have no excuses. You guys can't see that spinner out there. That's unfortunate. Oh well. All right. Anyway, good enough. Glenn, you're being very quiet as well. What's up with everybody being quiet? There we go. Glenn,
I don't know how to feel about being in the doghouse back here for like, I don't know, 25 minutes now.
I didn't see you back there, bro.
Damn,
I didn't hear you come in. I didn't see
too busy.
What did I do?
Too busy with the gun prattle, man.
Yeah, we were gun prattling, bro.
I was like, what the hell did I do wrong? I
didn't
said I'll be back.
I didn't see anybody. I didn't see you mention anything in chat.
Because I mentioned it in the private chat.
Oh, I see it up there now.
You didn't. Look at that.
I see it up there now.
Yo, I'm back here.
And then I messaged you on Discord.
That was 10 minutes ago. I got all my volumes turned down.
I'm just saying. I felt like I was treated like, you know,
the
redheaded stepchild. I feel like I was treated like the redheaded stepchild.
Did you feel like Josie?
What happened with Josie?
I'm just being funny. Josie's always talking about being ignored. So,
oh, I don't know. I'm just saying. I felt like I was the bastard child.
Glenn.
I'm done crying. I'm moving on.
Yeah, okay. Did you watch Brett Cooper yesterday when she was talking about how they've scientifically proven that?
Oh yeah, that conservatives like hot ass.
Yeah, conservative men like hot women.
I mean, I'm really glad that science has made a breakthrough here and solved this unsolved mystery.
Yeah, right. Like that's crazy. Who would have thought that men? Damn, you do know I'm back in the back, right? I'm like, no, I didn't know that. That was only 7 minutes ago, man.
Yeah, because I've been sitting here waiting, like, okay, maybe. All right, hold on. Let me just sit here some more.
Sit there some more.
You know what? I'm just gonna go eat my food now,
Yeah. Okay.
and then I'll come back, and then maybe I'll be on. Nope, still not on. Okay, let me go ahead and finally send him some messages.
You sent it to my Discord, Mike Ball?
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it in my. I don't see anything. I think you guys making this stuff up. Man.
Grid, it's the last message, like right underneath the link that you sent me.
Oh, I got you. I found you. I'm talking about. Oh, whoa, dude. Mike, that's rough, bro. That is a rough one. That looks like a. Oh yeah, look at that. Can't tell if that's like a motorcycle accident or what. What was that, Mike? Was that motorcycle or industrial? K2, keep on trucking. I'm just driving down the road using my headset. Yeah, motorcycle. It looked like a motorcycle deal. When I was a younger man, like I wasn't even a man, I was a kid. This guy got hit on a motorcycle right in front of my grandmother's house, man. It was terrible. Doing an illegal left-hand turn. You shouldn't say that in public, bro. The drunk driver did the illegal left-handed turn. T-boned. Oh, damn, son. That's a bad one.
Smoking spaceman out there asking about California ARs. Oh yeah,
okay.
The Springfield Saint, I know, comes in a California compliant.
Hera Arms.
It's a pretty decent rifle.
Hera Arms make the stock.
Yeah.
Wait,
there's quite a few companies that make them, but that's just one off the top of my head that I've seen a lot.
What just happened in Japan?
A bomb. Somebody said something about a World War II bomb.
An unexploded U.S. World War II bomb that was buried near an airport exploded.
It's crazy.
They should still be afraid of us. Yeah, that's a bad gig right there, Mike Ball. That's a bad gig. Yeah, that's pretty terrible. All part of the game. Yeah.
So,
what you got, Glenn?
Should paternity tests be mandatory?
Mandatory?
Mandatory. Whether you're married or not, everybody has to get a paternity test.
So as long as it's kind of included with the cost of the birth, I mean, why not?
I mean, sure, it's going to be an additional cost overall, but should.
No, I don't see why you wouldn't want that, right? Like that seems like a no-brainer.
You would think.
But then again, apparently.
But then again, you get guys like Michael Knowles that say. Then again, you got guys like Michael Knowles saying that by mandatoring a paternity test, then we are basically calling his wife a whore. And I said, well, yes, we are. She has capabilities of being a whore, just like every other woman.
Well, okay, I would say that it should be mandatory with the ability to deny it.
Okay, let's say you do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out, God forbid, that the child ain't yours. You denied it. Now you're on the hook. And
you know what they call that? They call that That's bad decision making on your part.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Like all guys will have to be able to live with that.
I mean,
choice.
right?
Yeah, you fucked up
that's
twice. Number
exactly
one
the
when you
choice you're
chose
making,
that
right?
chick, and number two when you denied it. So there you go.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I'm good with that. I mean,
What if it was just? What if it was because it's not even offered, right? Like
It's not even offered right now. Like
Yeah,
it's
let's start with that's
well, okay,
something that
it's,
is
it's
offered.
Actually, it is offered. You could petition the court.
No. I'm talking about like at doctors, hospitals, whatever offered.
so actually, I have the answer.
Would you like to do this?
I think if you just make it mandatory, then it doesn't even matter.
I have the answer. The answer is that when they take the fetal blood sample, it's just one of the tests that they run, and then you only get the information if you ask for it.
I just think that they should just do it mandatory.
I like
and
that.
that way
I like Grid's idea.
That way it's like it's just standardized. If they just standardize it and make it
but see, here's the thing. I get where Knowles is coming from, right?
I don't.
I do. I get where he's coming from. He's coming from that to him that's he's not trusting his wife.
If it's mandatory, you don't have a say so.
Well, okay, but here's the thing: if you have it, you can say it's mandatory that everybody has it done. It's just part of the blood work they do when they test the when they make sure that check for birth defects and all that. When they do that, you only get the information if you request the information, or if somehow you get divorced, or if there's a question. Either person can obviously request that information, but it already exists. The doctor already knows. Everybody,
because here's the thing: if you wait to do it after you get divorced, and then all of a sudden now you're questioning, I think you're more of a dumbass and a dipshit, and then you're just looking for a reason to not have to be accountable for your actions, right? Because if you would,
I don't think that. I think that if you, all right, I reject that, because you can, in good faith, you can, because otherwise you would never get married in the first place.
I'm saying if it's offered, if it's like mandatory and you reject it, right? And then because
I understood what you said. I mean,
I feel like if you reject it because you don't want to shame the lady's honor.
No, that's not, dude. That has nothing to do with it. I mean, I get where Knowles is coming from. That's not the question. Is that if you have no reason to believe that you're going to get a divorce, then don't do things that lead to divorce, right? Like that's just dumb. So, and one of those things is starting asking questions that are.
The thing is, the only person that is certain about who the parent is the mother.
No,
don't you think that you
not
deserve?
Always. Not always. Sometimes they're not.
The mother is the only parent that knows that they're the parent because it came out of her vagina. Yes, always. The mother always knows that she's the parent. I'm saying, don't you, as the father, shouldn't you have that same certainty?
And most of the time, the woman knows who the father.
Well, okay,
is.
I'm gonna
exactly.
Sometimes
I'm gonna throw this back, because if you either trust your woman or you don't.
It has nothing to do with lacking trust.
It absolutely does.
So here's the thing: you're also saying that it's okay for a woman to not trust you.
What do you mean, right? Not the woman? How's a woman not trusting you?
Okay, what I'm saying is, okay, you're saying that she doesn't have to prove. I mean, not saying that she doesn't have to trust you, that she doesn't have to prove that level of trust. She doesn't have to earn it.
We've got Arthur Dias spurging like hardcore.
Oh, but isn't this just putting? Wouldn't mandatory paternity tests just put a Band-Aid on the real fucking problem?
Yeah, well, I feel like it is. I feel like it is. I feel like it should be. I think the information should be collected. I do believe the information needs to be collected so that down the road, if there is a divorce, if there is a question, then the information already exists and it can be requested by the court.
Even down the road, it could be beneficial for medical reasons.
Yeah.
Right. But again, that's down the road. If you, this is, I can go either way on it. I can argue both sides, but
I think it should be
but
mandatory.
I think Michael Knowles has a point. I think you have a point. I think your point is saying, hey, we're gonna force the women to be open and honest about it.
We're gonna force the women to be accountable.
Hold on. We're gonna force them to be open and honest about it, whether they want to be or not, whether I want to trust her or not. I'm going to know, and I think that's wrong. I think that's counterintuitive to the love and trust that you should have in your wife. Now, if you think bitch be lying, then go ahead the day they run the test and get it. The bitch be lying. I don't know. Sometimes
I think that it is.
But if you are 100% like, hey, you know what?
I think if
I
you
don't
get
think
the
my
test,
wife has stepped out on me. I don't think she was pregnant when we met.
I think if anything, it actually gives her more trust. I think it secures more trust.
There's no way it secures more.
Yeah,
trust.
because this is how it secures. Maybe not her to you, because all she's gonna have is hurt feelings.
I don't need. So here's the thing. I never, and I've had a couple of kids now, and I never needed my wife to prove to me that they were my kids.
Again, you don't have to, but it's you.
Right, I don't have to, but now that
if it's mandatory,
now that the science is available, had it been something that was just done when, as part of the rest of the battery of blood tests that they run, most of them are useless anyway. But just if it was just done and it was in a file somewhere, secured. And then if I ever had to go to court with my wife or whatever, if there was any doubt that they were my kids and we could just pull that up, that's great. That's fine. That's just a file that's stuck away somewhere, just like the rest of your health information. But no, I would not want. I can't think of anything more inflammatory than the doctor coming into the waiting room or coming back to the little medical suite with a folder saying, well, do I hate to tell you this, but you're not the dad, or just having that piece of paper in his hand. I can't think of anything more inflammatory. I can't think of anything that would just piss somebody off more.
I think you are looking at it from an emotional standpoint.
No, I'm looking at it from a practical standpoint.
I really think you're looking at it from an emotional standpoint.
I'm really not.
Because you're concerned about how things are going to make her feel.
I did not say anything about.
Well, because you're saying that you're saying.
I didn't say anything about her. I can't think of anything more inflammatory for me.
Okay, so then you're worried about how you're going to feel.
I'm not worried about how anybody feels. I'm just saying it's an inflammatory thing. Do you not agree that it's? Do you disagree that it's inflammatory?
No, I don't think it's inflammatory at all. I think it's the truth. I think it's the truth that the men deserve to know 100% without a doubt that
then what you do is you marry your woman. And
then you lock her in the basement and make sure she doesn't have sex.
Yeah, you don't have sex for a couple of months. And then you bang her and knock her up. That seems to be the thing to it.
I just don't see that. So they have no problem because the argument is that it's the government being intrusive into like family life or individuals' lives. Well, if that's the case, then the government's intrusive when it garnishes men's wages for child support. That's intrusive.
It's more a medical mandate problem. The garnishing wages involves courts.
Yeah, and you just can't do that.
Paternity involves courts.
It doesn't. Not the testing you're talking about. It doesn't require a court. If you're talking about mandatory testing, that's legislation passed by a government.
And that would be if you don't.
That also puts that information out in the public sphere. So all right, let me tell you this, man. Let me give you this. Yeah. Let's say that you know that your woman may have, because you got, maybe you're like Destiny, you get a little freaky once in a while, you bring another dude in, and there's a good chance it could be either, it could be either, right? And that information's floating around there. Now you and your wife, because you're in this relationship, you're pulling a you're pulling a Destiny, you're pulling a one of the whatever sex games that people play, and you don't want to know. You don't want to know whose it is. You agree you're gonna love the baby no matter what, but that information's there because it's mandatory. So now both of you know that it's not your kid. And now somebody else can get your medical records through a subpoena, and they can know who you and use that information against you, even though you yourself have decided that this is my kid, I'm going to take care of it.
Or what about situations where you have a medical practitioner, because I don't want to say just a doctor, it could be clerical workers, or something even would theoretically have access to such things. And what if that's used for blackmail, or it's used
what if it's
for
wrong?
drama? Yeah, true. So it's blatantly obvious, as I said before, that this does not address the root of the problem, which I take very serious issues. Let me finish, Glenn. I take very serious issues with any suggestions of prescriptions, whatever you want to call them, that don't address the root causes of issues. And this very clearly doesn't. So my question, because I'm not coming from a place of education here, I'm coming from a place of ignorance, honestly. And so I'm going to ask this question. Is there data, research, surveys, numbers on how big of a problem this actually is?
Yes.
To require a medical,
it's actually a
government medical mandate.
It's a significant problem. Okay, that we have. It's called paternity fraud, and we have at least 33% of men who actually want the paternity test.
Find
out that they're not the father. 23andMe has proven that just through them, that 20% of those people that try to do their ancestry thing come find out that their father is not their biological father. They made a TV show about this called Maury. Like, it's been a problem for fucking a long time.
Well, yeah.
Like, I
don't know. I
did
did not believe Maury, no more than I believed Springer. So forgive me for, taking that to heart as fact, but I will believe you when you say, the numbers that you threw out, and I'll say that's significant.
I mean,
but even if it's a small sample, it's a relatively small sample size of the overall populace.
No, that's just of the guys that actually filed and wanted a paternity test.
No. The 23andMe is very small. It's a very small.
But I'm saying when you take both of them, you have to assume that it has to be somewhere north of 40, maybe 40% of fathers may not be the biological father. Anywhere between 30 to 40%.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. Look, even paternity court isn't that high, even in paternity court.
There is no such thing as paternity court.
There is, dude. I was watching the thing the other day where they come out and say, well, you were not the fucking father or whatever.
That's a TV show.
I know. But there's
it's just like Maury.
I hate the Maury. I hate honestly all TV. I don't watch
here's my thing, is it's like it doesn't.
I understand your thing. I just don't agree with the way that you want to apply it.
One, I don't like you give a false equivalency, because you said, okay, maybe if you're a guy like Destiny, and so like only like really degen coomers should maybe consider. Well, that's the only example that you gave. What if it's a guy
that was one example where I gave where you may not want that information to be public. You could also.
I'm saying, what if you're a guy that believes that your wife,
know that you can't have children, and somebody else got your wife
pregnant? Doesn't even have to be that.
And,
what if you know you
that
could?
Information is now in a system that could be used to blackmail you down the road.
How is it blackmail?
How is it not?
Because
if you're raising a child as your own and you become a political figure or you become a professor or anything else, and somebody says, hey, that's not your kid. People use that against Andrew all the damn time. Come on, man. Don't be disingenuous about this. That's bullshit, man. Come on.
Scandal time.
But
I don't know. I worry about it being
to the guys that actually know that that's not their kid, and they choose to raise them anyways. Obviously, that doesn't bother them.
Angel Berber, I disagree. I'm saying what ought to be is the information ought to be available. I don't believe that you should literally make every man know whether or not his wife has cheated on him if he doesn't want to know. That's reality. What you're talking about. What you're really talking about is you're going to a man that may not want to know that his wife cheated on him with the mailman or the milkman or the big black cock on the corner. He may not want to know that, but you are forcing him to know that. Should exist. Stop. I'm saying the option should exist. Okay. That information should be collected. I think that information should be collected. Honestly, just because I find it weird that it's not.
Okay, then maybe if it's collected and then if they get a divorce before even child support could be even awarded, the judge has to look at that.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I said.
But that means that it's not petitioned. It's that the judge will look at the paternity and be like,
right,
nope, you're not granted. You're not granted.
That saves us money down the road, right? That saves that saves people. That saves men from paying for kids.
You know what also saved men? You know what also saved men from paying for kids that they don't know that it's theirs?
I'm sorry?
If they got the paternity test in the beginning and they knew from the day one. That would save them.
Some men may not want to know.
So you're saying some guys may want to be willfully ignorant. Okay.
Lots of men are willfully ignorant, brother.
No. I'm saying, okay, if they want to be willfully ignorant, fine. That's their problem. But then at the same time, what mandatory?
I gotta go to war with my chat for a second, guys. I absolutely understand how people move, but you guys are ignoring the fact that some people just don't want to know.
But then you're also sweeping up the woman's indiscretions under the rug and not forcing them to be accountable.
Okay,
that's been the problem.
That's not my job, brother.
No,
but that's not my job.
Society.
That's not the doctor's job. That's not your job. That's not the government's job.
Problem the whole time is that we have let women off the hook and not be accountable for their bad behavior.
Okay.
All right. Fuck you, Glenn. You're fucking up right now. I'm gonna hold on. Stop. Hold on. Fuck you. You're fucking up. So here's the thing: if you have a happy couple that the woman has decided to go straight, be a good wife, and do all of that, and she has an indiscretion in her past that her husband does not want to know about. He has said, look, don't tell me. I don't want to know. And you go in there with your paternity test, and all of a sudden, oh, yeah, you know what? She did. She fucked this other dude. And now you've destroyed the same thing that you say you want. Now
you're only talking about the husband that doesn't want to know. There's a lot of husbands that just don't know.
Okay.
And
they can ask. If it's available and they want to know, they can ask.
They wouldn't want to do that.
What I'm saying is that it is your choice.
Her.
It is your choice to know. You're saying you have to know. Do you not understand the difference?
And yeah, you should have to know.
No, you should not have to know.
You should have to know.
You're not going to legislate. You're not going to legislate morality.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to
world does that does not work.
Child support. That's child support. They legislated that. That's morality.
It is fascist, Tommy. It is absolutely fascist.
Child support is morality. You have the moral responsibility.
Right. If it goes to child support, if it goes to
child support right now,
if it goes to any of these things, yes,
I'm saying child support right now is morality. Is legislating morality.
Glenn, you are skipping steps.
Arbitrated.
No. I'm pointing out steps. I was pointing out Clover Tax said you can't legislate morality.
Into court automatically.
I'm pointing out that Clover Tax said you can't legislate morality. I said, yes, we do. We already do it. It's called child support.
That's through the court system, and that's not the legislative arm. That's
the state laws. The state laws that have child support laws. Every state has child support laws
that are handled through the courts,
and that's legislated.
Okay. The courts are not legislative. There's three. You need to go back and watch Schoolhouse Rock. That's all I got to say.
Look, we're
So the laws that we have
support has nothing to do with morality.
So you're saying the laws that they enforce have nothing to do with morality?
No, they're ethics, but they're not moral. Laws
Courts don't enforce courts,
especially in divorce court.
So you're saying is it not moral for a man to take care of his kid?
The state, the executive branch enforces. So that would be your attorneys general or whatever is going to be the one that is going to enforce.
Hold on, I got to address this.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet.
Angel
the
Berber,
legislature gives it.
Here's a problem with what it is an inconsistency. However, it's an inconsistency that not every man needs to know or wants to know. The information should always be, I do agree. And this is one of the problems I have with divorce court is it's not a part of divorce court that it is mandatory to get a paternity test to make sure that before that man is fined, basically, because again, child support is not morality. Child support is a fine that you pay for fucking up your marriage. Okay, that's what it is. And it just it's legislated to be used to take care of the kids. But don't make no mistake. It's still a fine for you fucking up your marriage, and you deserve it because you fucked your marriage up.
Well, it's also not moral to knowingly walk around sick and infect other people. So I guess everybody we need mandates to get the jab now.
Okay. But hold on. Let me finish this out. The information should be available because men. It is correct that men, when they go into divorce court, they don't know, and a lot of times the woman will deny them, and states do not make it mandatory. Women can refuse without a judge or a court order. They can refuse to get a DNA test on their children, and you see this played out a lot, actually, and not here in Tennessee so much because I think that it's very low bar to get a paternity test done here. But now, like I think in California, I think it's really difficult to get a paternity test done if the mom doesn't want it.
If she doesn't want it, the judge doesn't have to grant it.
Right. Well, but they can if the man petitions.
If the man petitions, he could get the judge to force her to.
Maybe.
Why can the man not do it on her?
I grant you that every state's different on that, and some states suck about it, and some states are better about it.
I'm confused. If she's trying to get child support.
I'm confused.
Arthur, I don't care about the amount of money for the test. It's a drop in the fucking bucket.
It's a drop in the bucket compared to child support, what guys are paying over a lifetime for a kid that's not even his.
The cost of the paternity test is irrelevant.
Clarify. I need some clarification here because Glenn said you said earlier you were giving me those numbers.
Yes.
Whatever it is, 23andMe or whatever. So obviously things are being done outside legislative, outside hospitals, outside whatever. Why can't the father just swab the baby's mouth or get the hair or do what they got to do and get the test done for himself?
One, in order to, you have to go through like certain paternity agencies in order for the court to accept them. So
yeah, it's a big deal. I'm going to get. Yeah. This is why I believe.
Well, you're talking about, but for the court to accept them. But at that point, you're already in a court situation, and you're talking about if it's mandatory, it's going to be happening at birth before there's potentially even any court, if ever any court involved anyway.
So here's the thing, and this is where Glenn. This is why I agree with Glenn that every birth should have a DNA test done, and this is why.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Sure.
And this is because if it makes it into court, and it often does, in a lot of cases, women will deny, especially if they know that there's something fishy there. They'll deny to take the DNA test, and the courts are often reluctant to order it because as of right now, someone has to pay for it, and it's usually the man who has to pay for it anyway, right? Angel Berber, would I support a pass laws saying if a woman refuses a paternity test, then the man in question could, yeah, absolutely. Why? That's you guys mistake my position. My position is that the test should be mandatory, but my position is also that while it should be mandatory, there's no it should not be revealed unless they ask for it to be revealed. You mistake my position.
Can I read you guys something? All right, here we go. I'm going to read a few things. Case 1. Singer Neo of California paid child support to an ex-girlfriend for a boy she claimed was his. A DNA paternity test eventually proved he wasn't the biological father. But because the state of California considers any man to be the father if he puts himself out there as one, the mother can come after the man for financially as he was the biological father. He had to pay.
Yeah, that's you got
Can I call a timeout? Can I call a timeout?
Yeah.
So
I was going to go through the other two. I have
okay.
two more examples. 2010, another California Supreme Court refused to review a tough court decision for a homeless man, Hari Wilburn. Way back in 91, Wilburn was named as the father of a 5-year-old child.
Use 91, dude. They barely
hold on. I'm reading the cases. Even though he was never properly informed by the state, he was subsequently ordered to pay child support despite the fact that a 2008 paternity test excluded him as being possible father, and he never acted as the father to the child. The court stated that the mother was entitled to back child support in the tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
From a homeless man.
Ground. You're not, I get it. California is a den of Satan.
This one, okay, hold on. There's this one more. Last one. Pennsylvania resident Mike L. was the subject of a heart-wrenching New York Times article back in 2005 when a tidal wave of paternity fraud awareness was really starting to grow. Mike divorced his wife, the mother of his daughter, when he discovered an affair and a paternity test proved that the child wasn't his. He paid child support and nurtured the child's parental relationship for years, even though he was not the daughter's biological father. He continued to dutifully, whatever that word is, pay child support until his ex decided to marry the man whom she claimed was the biological father. Mike filed to end his financial obligations to his daughter since the biological father would now be in the household. He ultimately discovered he loved the girl so much he couldn't deny legal paternity and risk losing contact with her. Okay, that was his choice. All right.
Yeah, okay.
So it sounds to me like the issue here lies with the legislation. The issue here lies with, to me, in all three of those cases, with the legislation from the states or the federal government or whatever government body you want to talk about. The legislative arms, though, falls in the legislation dealing with the definition of fucking father.
Well, a woman
on DNA period.
Yes, it should be based on DNA period. But you know what? If without requesting it, a woman could go have the baby in the hospital and she could put the father's name down on the birth certificate.
Yeah.
So that's
if you did away with all these touchy-feely language of acting like and the duty of and all this fucking shit, and you change that legislation that says it's based on the fucking DNA, then you've effectively forced the paternity testing because you have to have that now. There's no other way around it legislatively, and you haven't mandated.
Well, hold on. Let me.
So you got to figure this. Hold on. They are making men who appear to be the father figure, not even the father.
That's California's fucked up law,
that's
dude.
Not just California. It's not just California.
But you just read off that the paternity.
I was looking at one article.
He acted as the father.
I was looking at one article. There's numerous articles.
Sure, I get it, Glenn. I totally get it. But your theory, you just shot your own theory in the ass because the paternity test didn't matter at the end of the day.
It didn't matter because in California you have 2 years to file paternity. For Neo, he didn't file paternity. He didn't find out till after the child was over 2 years old. So the judge wouldn't care.
Was he even in the life for the first 2 years? Because
Yeah,
as you aptly
that was his girlfriend.
Right.
And then
as
they broke up.
Pointed out, hold on. As you very aptly pointed out, the woman can just write in any name on the birth certificate. You may not even know until years later that you were the father of a child. And by that time, according to the law in California, you're on the hook, bro. Paternity test or not.
And then that's why if it was mandatory.
If it's mandatory, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because they don't have anyone's DNA to.
Because they should make it be the
biological dude, if he's not there, whose DNA are they going to match it to, bro?
It's a 1-2 thing. You can't have one without the other.
You shouldn't be able to put anybody's name on the birth certificate
until you remove acting like a father.
Issue, Glenn, then
that's part of the paternity. That's part of the paternity.
Dude,
how do you know if it's your father?
It's a circular argument. Mike Ball is right. It's a circular argument.
No, because if you were looking
at this as a magic bullet, and it's not.
No, I'm saying if you cannot put a man's name down on the birth certificate, all right, without paternity matching it.
In Tennessee,
okay, I gotta simplify this.
Write in a name on a birth certificate and it be legal.
I've got to simplify this. Let's take mandatory paternity testing, Glenn. Put it on a shelf for just 1 second because I want to ask a very pointed question. Along with everything that we've been talking about, is part of this equation the removal of acting like a father bullshit from all legislation. And it's solely hinging on DNA and paternity.
Most states are like that.
No, I'm asking because without getting rid of all of that, you're right, Grid. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. And hold on.
I think the biological
Ghost 1978. If it was mandatory at the beginning, he would know at the beginning. No, he would not, because she never told him. They would do the DNA. Even if they did the DNA test to establish paternity, there's no one to match the paternity to. Mm-hmm. She's still going to write in whatever fucking name she wants to. You guys are shooting yourself.
And I'm saying they shouldn't be able to write anybody's name on a birth certificate.
That's a separate issue, Glenn.
But that still takes paternity.
Right. Okay. What you're saying is that paternity should be established at birth. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that. However, you're never going to. First of all, I disagree. Let me phrase this exactly right, because I can shoot myself in the dick here, and I don't want to. It hurts. You're just not going to be able to stop all of it as long as a woman can write in the name on the birth certificate. Here in Tennessee, we don't have that problem, because if there's no father present, they don't get to write the name in on the birth certificate. Okay? It says no father present.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And when the father becomes known, then he can petition. He actually has to. I don't know anyone that's done that. I believe he has to petition the court to add his name to the birth certificate, which is kind of a rare thing. I don't know. And every state handles it differently. So I
saying, you know what?
I like where your head's at, but
listen, it
is very different state to state, Hank Reardon. It's very
here's the problem. Here's the problem. I see nothing but laws that enforce a male accountability, right? But
you can't use laws to force accountability. You've never law.
What is child support? Guys could go to jail.
No law forces accountability. None of them.
What are you talking about? Guys are forced to go to prison if they don't pay their child support. That's holding them accountable.
No, it doesn't. It punishes them.
Isn't that holding them accountable?
There are tons of men in prison.
And they have
just don't
tons of
care
men
about
that
child support.
And there's
they will literally sit in prison.
Greg, there's tons of men that have to pay it off, or they go back to prison. And if you don't want to be in prison, they end up having to work it off, and they'll lose their driver's license, and then they'll lose their.
Those have been proven to be the father, Glenn, with the DNA test.
That's what I just said, that child support is a way to force accountability.
It doesn't, but The court is forcing the accountability by causing a paternity test to be performed. But you're not, if you're doing it at birth, you're not forcing anything.
You're forcing her to be accountable if this guy is not the father.
Glenn?
But that's a moral enforcement at that point based on something that may or may not have happened. So we also have this thing called innocent until proven guilty.
Okay, so then you guys are okay with guys being cucked still?
Not okay at all.
Well, I'm not okay with any of it, but it's not the state's place. Let's just put this out there. It is not the state's place to guarantee paternity at all. Ever.
It's also not the state's place to tell you to be a father. Ever.
It is. Well,
I would love
disagree.
I would love a
tear down those laws because I agree with you on that. I think
I would love a state roll call of everybody in the state they live in, and then their position on this. It would be really interesting to know that.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I would love a state roll call, like what states do everybody live in, and then what is their position on this. I would love to know how that breaks down.
The fact that paternity fraud is not even considered a crime is fucking disgusting.
Well, then that's a whole separate piece of legislation, though.
No,
let's do it.
It's not. It could be really easily not an issue if we just had mandatory paternity.
Well, yeah, but you're putting the cart before 15 other horses, like one thing at a time. Like, you don't understand how legislation and stuff works. Apparently, like, again, go back and listen to some Schoolhouse Rock, bro. Like, you chip away, and you've got to. It's an incremental thing with legislation, and you're saying, hey, let's just shotgun approach and do this, and it'll fix everything else. And we haven't even addressed the root moral causes.
It's circular, and it doesn't need to be circular. Look, the only time paternity comes up, Glenn, is in divorce. Okay,
that's not true.
Hold on, when the woman wants to leave.
That's not true.
The man has to pay for that child. And he doesn't want to anymore because it's not his child or whatever. Or
that's absolutely not true.
Hold on. That is absolutely true. If the man wants to believe it's his child, he can believe it's his child. I am not the police of all that's around me. I don't care about other people being cucked. I really don't. Fuck those guys. If they want to be cucked, that's great. Okay? But I'm not the moral authority. I'm not. I'm never going to be. And I don't want to be. And you shouldn't want to be. So at the end of the day, yeah, okay, collect the information at birth. I agree with that. I think everybody born should be, and that's kind of a status thing to say because it goes into a data bank, and then, all of our information's out there, and, there's a lot of people who get weird about that. But I can agree to some, look, I got a lot of medical information out there, whether I want it to be or not. But so I can agree, yeah, take the information at birth. If they separate, the woman cannot get child support because the paternity test is there, right? If it's his kid, great. If it's not his kid, well, sorry,
but
bitch.
You have to also get rid of the acting like a father bullshit in legislation.
Yeah, all that bullshit in California has got to go anyway. But I'm saying I'm looking at it from here in Tennessee, right?
Yeah.
So,
right.
So if I'm in my state, because I can, I don't give a fuck about California at all. I got to be honest with you. Those bastards need to be conquered and sorted out. Are you not men? Fuck you, dude. You're wrong. You guys are wrong. This is a problem, is that you don't want to admit that you're wrong. You want to keep pushing and adding features in, but the basic level of understanding is that it only matters when you get divorced. That's it.
That is not true, and I can prove it to you.
When else does it matter?
Before you decide that you want to get married. There's a lot of guys.
No, you don't have children out of wedlock, motherfucker. No bullshit.
You know how many people were born out of wedlock?
And now we're back to the root of the problem that needs to fucking be fixed in the first place.
Do you know how many people were born out of wedlock?
Well, they're fucking wrong.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that they.
That's the problem right there. That's the problem.
That doesn't mean.
So hold on. You want to
hold on, stop, hold on. That does not mean that they should not know whether or not they're the father of that child or not.
Morality
That does not mean. That doesn't mean that they should not know whether or not they should be the father or not. So you're saying if you're out of wedlock, fuck you. You got to raise the kid, and you don't get to know whether or not it's yours or not.
Yes. Fuck yes.
No.
That's accountability, motherfucker.
That's not accountability,
motherfucker.
No.
Right there.
So you're saying the guy that is the father. So the guy that's really the father doesn't have to be accountable because he fucked her too.
It doesn't matter. It
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
You were the last dick. You were the last dick.
That's stupid.
And you were the dick that fucked up because you didn't marry her.
That's stupid. To think that another man, you're gonna have to pay the price for another man's child.
Do stupid shit, and you don't pay stupid prizes.
So again, you're cool with someone
Where's the accountability for the man?
There is still accountability.
You're not handing any accountability to the man. You're saying you can just go fuck and have kids out of wedlock.
I'm saying
no kids
the guy that got her pregnant, he needs to be the fucking one holding the bag and paying the child support, not the guy that's not the biological father.
Then I tell you what, don't have kids out of wedlock. It's very simple. Don't do it.
I'm fixed. I'm not having any more kids. And both of my kids were in wedlock. And I still got a paternity test.
Okay, great. That's great. I'm glad you did that. Maybe you needed to.
No, because that's the only way I would know.
I'm just telling you, don't have kids out of wedlock. And then,
even if you act like if a wife that's married to somebody does not cheat and gets pregnant. I mean, that doesn't make sense.
Okay. Let's just say that happened.
It happens a lot.
And you didn't get divorced. Who the fuck cares, Glenn?
You wouldn't know that she cheated.
That's right. You wouldn't know.
And you should.
Why?
Because then you're being with somebody that doesn't want to be with you, and that's most likely
Why?
the longer
you don't
you
know
stay in
that.
that relationship.
Whoa.
You don't know that. Relationship.
You don't know that.
You don't know that, Glenn. You don't know that.
We know that the probability of the fact that somebody gets away with something, they're most likely going to be repetitive in that.
You motherfuckers are coming off as hypocritical. You motherfuckers are all coming off as hypocritical. You're saying that it's okay to bang a bitch out of wedlock, get her pregnant.
No, I didn't say it was okay.
Yeah, but you just did.
No, I did not. You're putting words in my mouth.
What are you trying to say then? Because this is bullshit.
I said
this is bullshit. Don't have kids out of wedlock. The only time that you should
I said, yeah, they shouldn't have kids out of wedlock. But the person that's actually the biological father should be the one that's irresponsible, not the last dick that went inside her. That's stupid.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. If that's the case,
it's like, you know what?
Then don't shack up with bitches.
It's almost like this. You're the last guy that slept with her, but then you get to be the one that accused of the one that raped her before.
And that happens. So don't do that shit.
So you're cool with that guy going?
I'm telling you, you're trying to legislate
so you're
morality.
Cool with the guy going to prison for life,
the morality
for a rape that he didn't commit, just because he was the last person to sleep with her.
Well, now we're getting into a whole
it has to be the same. The principle has to be
a false accusation of a major crime.
Hold on, let's drag this back to fucking reality. Okay?
I'm talking about
let's
the
just drag
principle.
this kicking and screaming back to reality.
Let's go back off the principle. You're saying principally it's cool if the last dick that went inside her.
No, I'm saying that if you have a child out of wedlock, biologically, you have no right to complain if she fucked 3 other dudes because you're not married, motherfucker.
If it's your child, if it's not your child,
and then you know what you can do? You can ask for a paternity test, Glenn. But you're not entitled you're not entitled to a paternity test, Glenn.
So you're saying, okay, you're not entitled to
better judgment, Glenn. You shouldn't have fucked
you're saying you're not entitled to know whether or not you are the father or not.
Hold on. Tony, fuck, I can't read that up there. Tommy Wusaw, I need my other glasses. Motherfucker.
Tommy.
There it is. $14 from Tommy Wusaw. The Constitution and its amendments tend to side with grid. Unfortunately, the system is currently rigged against men, but that is also why we should be more responsible in our decision making. Yeah, that's right. The problem is that you're saying you keep moving goalposts and saying, well, what about the guy who bangs a chick out of wedlock and they get fucking pregnant, and now the dude's responsible for that because who cares?
What about the husband that loved his wife and he thought he has a wonderful wife, but he finds out she was cheated on him for 14 years? What about that guy?
What about that guy?
What about that
look,
guy?
Here's the thing.
If
he doesn't know, all right. So here's the thing. Let me ask you a question. This is serious shit. I'm having fun so far, but this is serious. I'm going to be serious. Hang on. Let me thank you for the $14, Tommy. That's awesome, bro. I really appreciate it. If you are stupid enough to be fucking chicks that you think you're going to get pregnant and go and get married out of wedlock, you deserve what you get. Now, if you're married and your wife cheats on you, okay, then with the mailman, a lot of kids been married by a lot of mailman's kids been married by other dudes, and maybe that's wrong. I don't know. I can't speak to it. I don't know. I have no idea. But if it's a happy marriage, what you're saying is that you want to break up a happy marriage, which is what will happen with mandatory tests, because that doctor comes in there and says, well, Mr. Lawrence, looks like your wife fucked the mailman. I recognize this DNA here. We got
at least I wouldn't be living a lie.
You don't know. It's not a lie if you don't know, bro.
It's a lie, period. Whether you know it or not, you're still living a lie.
Sure. Okay. I'll go with that. I will go with that, but you're saying that you will break up you're more comfortable breaking up a happy marriage.
It was never a happy marriage if she cheated on him.
Well, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
If it was so happy, she wouldn't cheat on him.
I couldn't hear you, bro.
If she loved him, she also wouldn't keep that from him, but she doesn't love him. So she will keep it from him.
What fucking Disney princess fucking movie are you watching?
I'm talking about the Bible.
Don't have problems, bro.
Look at 1 Corinthians.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
Love is faithful, right? Love is true. Love doesn't rejoice when injustice happens, but rejoices when truth wins. That's not truth winning. That's a lie living.
Happy people cheat. I've heard this before. I have limited experience here, but my understanding is happy people.
Humans are fallible, and so if both parties reconcile, what's the problem?
The only thing is in all this.
Fascinating. Thank you for the $5, Angel Berber. The combo is great and it is fascinating. And Glenn is wrong. It's a rare. It's rarely.
I'm not wrong. I'm right.
No, you're wrong.
You're wrong. Here's the other thing. It's not truth winning. It's a lie winning. So that's not love. You can't say that she's loving him by keeping that information from him. That even it could.
What if she doesn't know that?
How would she not know she fucked another dude at the same time?
She doesn't know that. She's not going to know that's his.
Mr. Bulle and the Department of Numismatics donated $20 super chat. Dick and Cider, a refreshing apple cider from Tactical Soap, a Grondike soap company. Not sure if the kid is yours. Better check to see if it was your Dick and Cider.
That's fucking funny. You guys couldn't hear that because unless you had your YouTube up, but. That was fucking funny. Can you guys read that? Okay, because it was fucking funny.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
can I say my piece real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
I like this. This is great. This is good.
Love is patient. Love is kind. It does not envy. It does not boast. It's not proud.
Yes.
It does not dishonor others. It is not self-seeking. It's not easily angered. It keeps no record of wrong. Love does not delight in evil.
It keeps no records of wrong.
No, don't pick one thing out. It lets the wrong be told though. The wrong has to be told.
It doesn't have to be told to the.
Yes, it does. Love does not delight in evil.
It has to be told to the priest. Wait, where's Imperious? He'll know this. I don't know this.
It always protects, always trusts, always hopes, always perseveres. Love never fails. So if she's keeping it from you, she's dishonoring him. And if she's keeping it from you, she's self-seeking. Okay. So
what if she doesn't know?
If she doesn't know, meaning that if it's a possibility, it could be one or the other.
Sure.
Then what?
So all throughout history,
hold on. If she had 2 dicks inside her within the same time that she conceived,
that's what we were just talking about.
2 of them within the same round time that she conceived, she should tell them both that this might not be your child because I slept with someone else.
No, dude, that's not how that ever
so
works.
then
That's never worked that way. It's literally never worked that way. $5 comes in from K2. Keep on trucking. Sorry, Grid One. Got to go with Glenn on this one. I would hate raising someone else's kid and wouldn't accept my wife doing that if I was married. I would agree if you fucking knew. But the problem is what if you don't?
And that's the problem.
The problem is women lie.
And
men lie
too. But here's the thing: is a paternity test removes that. And you're saying that we shouldn't remove that lie.
I'm saying that we have the technology to do something that's never been done before, and that thousands of years and many, many marriages have survived because we didn't fucking know. I'm saying, and I'm only picking this honestly just to be very contrarian. But I think you're wrong on this. I think that it literally is not society's job to do that.
Do you know how many men, when they find out, they end up offing themselves?
I know, dude. I get it. I've seen it. I've watched the shit. I understand all about that.
Oh, that's the problem, because what this does, it continues the feminist push for women not having to be accountable.
Don't fuck women outside of marriage. Don't.
It doesn't matter. You can be your fucking wife. She could be your wife. It doesn't have to be fucking women out of marriage. It can be the woman
wisely.
Choose wisely. Dude. You're looking at the lowest fucking tier, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you, there's guys that they thought they chose wisely.
They thought, Dad. Whoa. They thought. I didn't
everybody
say fucking think you choose wisely. I fucking said choose wisely.
Everybody, you don't know you choose wisely until you come across a problem that you're like, oh shit, I didn't choose wisely, did I?
Oh, okay.
You don't know until you know.
Okay.
Dude, I'm telling you, you cannot, and you should not ever want to try and legislate morality.
They shouldn't be child support.
That's where I got to come from.
Child support is not legislating morality.
Yes,
it is a punishment.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's a man's moral responsibility to take care of his offspring.
If it was a man's moral responsibility to take care of his offspring, he would take the child from his wife and take care of the child.
He cannot. What state can a man go, I'm taking this child from you and I'm going to take care of it?
Many. Only in California. The problem is, I think California's right in your brain. Men get custody often here.
Hold on. Okay, so answer me this, because this is, again, I'm coming from a place of ignorance here. Okay, so at what point can a man relinquish rights? Because I know I've seen that happen bunches of times.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, and I've seen that happen, then doesn't the man have a choice? And if he's got a choice, then that's not regulating morality.
A man could only have a choice if the mother is remarried, right? And the man that she's married to wants to adopt. And then the man could relinquish his parental rights. Is this
by state? Because I don't think that's the case.
No,
I know.
I know in California you can 100%. As a man, you can come to an agreement legally with your wife where you relinquish all rights, but that means that you have no claim ever again.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And the same thing with a woman. The woman, I think
that would be moral walking away.
California, I think you can actually.
I don't think that's true.
The woman can actually walk away and leave it with the.
I don't think that's true. I think you have to, if you're gonna, you can't just say like, oh, I don't want to be responsible or accountable.
So Dano says we legislate morality all the time. We try.
Exactly.
We try. to legislate
So
morality all the
laws
time.
are
and it
laws
doesn't
are
work.
hold on. Laws are
We wouldn't be having this conversation if it worked.
yeah. So laws are interpretations of morality. They're not. So it's not. It's I guess technically based on it, but ethics is how we interpret it. And what we're
So
really
what's the
talking about
problem with having an interpretation of morality on this topic? But it's not okay. It's okay to
it's
have.
not it's not an okay interpretation though. That's the problem. It's not. You're literally trying to say whether a man wants to know or not, you're going to make him know.
I don't see the problem with that. I don't see a problem
Well,
with someone.
you should.
I think people should want to live with the
You know
truth.
what? You need to drink nothing but apple juice from now on because apple juice is healthy for you and beer is not.
Apple juice will rot your teeth out. That's a lie.
Well, it's healthier than beer.
I don't drink beer.
So therefore, you can't drink anything but apple juice.
I don't drink beer, so I don't drink alcohol.
We can go round and round.
Yes.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
you can sign away your rights, but not your responsibilities. Yeah, I think in California you can. It's and moreover, in California is one of the few states where you can actually be completely emancipated. What do they call it?
Emancipated. You can emancipate yourself from your parents, but you know how the legal hoops you have to jump through.
Yeah.
It's pretty. You have to like be able to financially,
I know.
fend for yourself, all this other stuff.
Yeah, there's like California's a weird fucking state when it comes to this shit.
Yeah. Well, you also can marry a 3-year-old if the parents of the 3-year-old.
I read that shit, dude.
It's fucking and it's still on the books of the law. Like if they still haven't reformed it.
I read that, dude.
That was like a 18 something, law, like 1840 something, and that's still on the books. It's disgusting.
Yeah, there's a lot of stupid shit still on the books that needs to go away. I will agree with you on that. I disagree with you on the mandate. I do believe that the data should be collected despite all the objections about privacy and all of that. But because it's your
look, I'm not letting trannies live a lie, letting them think that they're a woman. And I'm not going to let no man live a lie thinking that he's the father of the child that he's not. I'm just saying truth across the board is what God would want.
All right, Imperious.
At the cost of a government that you can't trust being able to move and do God knows what in the future, including getting rid of God in every way, shape,
I do agree that the information should be available. I do agree the only time the information should be used is when either of the parents ask for it or it goes to court. If it goes to court, it's got to come out mandatory, just like anything else.
The fact that, women could...
Because it may never go to court.
The fact that a woman could refuse a man from getting the...
That's the only reason I think it should be mandatory, to be honest with you, is because
the way the laws are... Glenn, what other medical decisions do you want them to enforce?
The only reason that I agree with it being mandatory is, first of all, I just think it's so easy to do at that point. Why would you not? The second reason, well, actually, there's a couple other reasons, but they're irrelevant to this discussion. The second reason it's relevant to this discussion, I think they should do it, is because it's so hard in some states, especially if the wife crosses state lines, to force a paternity test. She can refuse and she can hide the child and she can do all these and I've actually watched that happen. Admittedly, that was in California, which is just...
I just don't want men to be forced to be raising a child that he thinks is his, that's not his, and that there's no recourse for that. There's no...
But nobody's forcing him to do it.
If he's a good man and he's like, oh, I married this woman. Oh, my wife wouldn't lie to me. Oh,
right.
I'm going to trust her.
So hold on, Glenn, hold on. Nobody's forcing this dude to be in a relationship, but you want to force your will upon him.
No, I want to force a woman to be just as accountable as the man does.
How are men more accountable? If I go out and fuck a chick tomorrow and she gets pregnant and I never tell my wife, nobody can hold me accountable.
Yes, she
my
can.
Wife will never know.
That girl be like, oh, grade 1 fucked me and got me knocked up, and here's the baby, and now you got a DNA test because she's gonna be filing for that child support, and now your wife's gonna know.
Well, never within 100 miles of home.
You are grid one. They're gonna find you.
Yeah, but, hey, I can't do it. But there are other people that could do that. That's
fake name, man,
fake names.
That's why you always go by
Ken
like,
Adams.
say your name is like
wear a mustache.
Ken Adams.
Like say your name's like Thomas Jefferson. Call you Tommy Jeff.
I go back home, my wife be like, "Why'd you shave?" I'm like, I just felt like
like, you know what? I just felt like a change. I just wanted to change.
Why'd you dye your hair? I just felt like
you know what? I wanted to feel young again.
Want to feel young again. That's right. But again, my wife would never know.
No, she wouldn't know when they come knocking.
Because I can't lie anyway. But but I'm saying, look, there are dudes that can. Look, there are dudes that can lie. Like I can't lie, but I know dudes that can. Fake names and a condom, easy. That's not it, man. Condom tears. 20 years from now, some chick shows or
I got fixed. Like, you know what? It was the most funniest day. One of the most funniest.
Problem solved.
When my ex, because I didn't tell my ex I got fixed. Funniest day. She's like, "Oh my god, I think I missed my period." I'm like, "Oh really? Man, you better go find out who the father is."
Freeze some shit, and get fixed. Problem solved.
I got fixed after I had my 2. I said, "I'm good. I'm done. Yeah. I'm done." Frozen peas, here I come.
Frozen peas.
Like I was laid up for like 3 days, and then for 2 days. On the 3rd day, I got up and I ran a 5K.
So in all seriousness, because Glenn, especially you talk about all this stuff a lot. Wouldn't that be a much more an easier prescription for men to do? It's just go freeze some shit and then get fixed.
The last guy that recommended men getting a vasectomy on Twitter, he got trashed, and they took that out of context.
I understand, but I'm asking a serious question.
No, I tell guys all the time.
That would be the fix.
I would advocate for it. I think, guys, if you want to be certain that you only impregnate the woman that you want to impregnate, nut in a cup, put it on ice, go get fixed, and then get a turkey baster after you get married, and then turkey baster it.
Well, that's assuming you don't get fixed in a way it can be reversed.
Oh, I made sure mine was unreversible.
Well, I know. I was just saying that is.
I said, you know what?
I have heard of that. I didn't know that was a real thing, but I have heard of that.
What? Yeah.
That when they snip it, it can grow back together or whatever.
Well, they ask you if they want to keep it long enough for them to reattach it later.
Right? Oh, we have our DGen in the chat. Michelle, come on up. Now we got.
I think they snip it and kink it, or they snip like a section out of it.
So they snip about a good.
Now it's a party. Come on up, Michelle.
Snip about an inch if you want to have it reattached, because if they take an inch, it's still that gap is still long enough to where they won't reattach on its own.
Well, I can't spare an inch. Sorry.
So for me, I had them cauterize it at each end. There's nothing.
Hold on. Arthur Dias got a question. Hang on. So what if you were the guy with a cheating wife that you were divorcing and you don't want to lose those legal rights to your 2 kids you've been raising?
Oh, what? You don't want to, you don't have to. You think the mom's going to say take away his legal rights? I don't want to be able to get.
Michelle, have you caught the?
Depends on how dirty. Depends on how dirty. Wait. Depends on how dirty the divorce is.
Yeah. A woman is not going to want to lose access to money from the man if she can still get money from him.
If she can turn around and get money from the bio dad, and the divorce.
She doesn't. What if she doesn't? What if she doesn't know the bio dad?
Well, that is when the paternity test comes out.
I don't know why she wouldn't have a clue as to who it could possibly be.
Well, she was a born again virgin.
So here's the reason I'm in favor of the paternity test at birth. First of all, it's a lot harder to mix up records, and those records can be sealed, and that's fine. Second, I have a buddy of mine when I was in California in the Bay Area. There's this Asian kid there. He's a nice guy, and he had this crazy fucking girlfriend, and she got pregnant. They had a kid. The kid was about 1.5 years, 2 years old, and they start having trouble. They get divorced, or they're in the process of getting a divorce. Throughout all of this, he's 100%. He's the dad, right? It comes at she one night just says something. She's drunk or she's pissed off or whatever it is, and she says, "It's not even your kid, you dumb son of a bitch," or some shit like that. So he wants a paternity test because she's asking for a bunch of money and all of that. She goes to she flees the state to Colorado. California will not compel a paternity test, and neither would Colorado. So he's stuck in court back and forth until he can get the state to do the paternity test. But if it already existed, he could have just come out and said, "Here you go. I don't know if it's my kid or not." I got to call my wife back. You guys argue without me for a minute.
I think that Grid is an undercover feminist, and he can't say shit because he's on the phone with his wife. And so
in here though.
I think that I could live with the fact that they collect the paternity test, right? And if there is a divorce, that because child support is mandatory. The non-custodial parent is always mandatory to still be responsible and pay child support. So before that even could even be considered, the judge will look at that paternity test automatically, not upon request. It's just going to be standard and be like determined based off of the DNA, whether or not that child is the father or not. And if the child, if that DNA test said that that man's not the father, the judge will not award any child support for him to pay. I could live with that. But I personally think that, men should want to, I think most men would want to know. Okay, let me tell you a story. So my oldest cousin, he's the one that broke my clavicle when I was like 14. His name's Joey. His son is not his biological son. And he knew. The difference was he knew. Okay. And then they got married like after the fact because they broke up. They were drug addicts for a while. They broke up. He got cleaned up. She got cleaned up. In the meantime, they weren't really together. But every once in a while, they'll be together, but then they'll break up again. In that meantime, like she slept with somebody, got knocked up, told him about it. This is the thing. She told him about it. He thought like, well, since we fuck all the time, the odds is that this is my baby. Long story short, the baby comes out born. It's not my cousin's baby. He still put his name on the birth certificate knowingly. The thing is that the man made the decision knowing in advance that he may not have been the father. And it was a choice that he got to make knowing that he wasn't the father. That's what guys are getting robbed of. That's what guys are getting robbed of. They're getting robbed of being able to making the choice for themselves.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying is the crime. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, and my cousin and his wife still married today. They have a great, he's like he's the vice president of the largest construction company in Southern California that builds all the brand new apartments. So
I missed that whole story. So don't tell me again.
I won't.
So here's my thing. Like it's something that I don't know, I'm back and forth on and I struggle with because there's certain parts of it that's like, okay, I get where you're coming from and I'm okay with it. And there's other parts that have to do with the execution of it all that I feel like I'm vehemently against, right? And so I think what we see here is what legislators probably deal with all the fucking time, at least the good ones, which are few and far between. I'll admit that. Is that like taking an idea like this and then like how do we address this issue? What's the best prescription for this? And then how do you legislate that? And I don't know. It's to me, it's
So
super
I guess
fucking
where I draw the
complicated. And
line
the
here,
easiest, I don't see like where does it end? Like if we do this and then and we haven't solved people fucking like rabbits outside of committed relationships and people having no moral compass to take fucking care of their children or take responsibility in their relationships or anything like that. If we're advocating for a band-aid over here, what does that say about us? What does that say about our commitments?
I guess I'm just gonna you're never gonna move me off of the position that I still believe that it should be done at birth. I don't see why it's not done at birth. Just even just there's a lot of good reasons to do it.
Right.
But so I don't understand why it's not done at birth. I don't understand why you would make that information available unless someone asked for it. And I don't know, and I certainly wouldn't force it on someone. I wouldn't be like, "Here you go, you gotta have this." I think that's wrong.
Michelle came in late, I think, but I had brought that up earlier, Michelle, about just the dad, whatever man, just swabbing the baby's
I
mouth, doing
sent you the
whatever,
link,
and
Michelle.
doing one himself. And we went
God,
down
we'll
that
get it.
rabbit hole for a while.
I just don't, I just think that the only time it ends up mattering is in court.
Yeah, but
Other than that,
yeah, but I mean, and if the government legislates it, I mean,
I think
that's going to have to be you got to pay attention to that. The slippery slopes are a thing.
I think that
They
men
are.
should not have to live a lie, and that the truth should be available to
dude,
them. Period.
sure, okay.
People. So here's the thing:
You're
ignorance
forcing
is
it.
bliss. Ignorance is bliss, and the vast majority of the people on this fucking planet, and especially in this country, live lies every fucking minute of every hour of every day of every week because they
Again,
choose to. Because they choose to.
yeah, again, don't have children out of wedlock. And if that's my easiest thing.
Yeah, too bad that's not the solution though, because you could have children in wedlock and still be a victim of this.
Yeah, you could,
as
you
many,
could, but the
majority of the.
But would the percentages be high enough that it would warrant the prescriptions that you're prescribing?
Again, most of these men, the 30% they fall under married men. Most of them are married men. So
Arthur and I agree that we don't have the right to force someone to take a test they don't want. I'm saying that we do all of the other blood tests, prenatal, adding a DNA test, not a big deal.
It's actually the mother is not the one that's being tested, it's the baby. And I think the father, if that's the father, then he should have both the same right to know of that baby as the mother.
Here's the rub. Without the paternity test, he wouldn't be the father. He would be the suspected father, though. So would he have the right over the child to request or perform the test with the child without the mother's permission because the mother is known?
Well, then the mother can't claim him to be the father unless without a paternity test.
Right? You see, it's almost like a catch-22.
Well, I mean, like she shouldn't be able to say that. Oh, yeah, he's the father without a paternity test.
Where are you at on this, Michelle? Michelle. You got to go down by the little microphone, click the button.
Her mute's off.
I don't have her muted. Oh wait, she's muted. Oh, that's her camera. She's got her camera off. Nope, she's not muted. She's gone. Never mind.
Technical difficulties.
Please stand by. I'm way long, bro. Fucking hour and 15 minutes long.
Yeah, I did that to you. You're welcome.
Fucker.
What? I had to start the pre-show here. So when I do my show in about a few minutes, we already got the topic going. And then everybody can hop in on the panel and then they can start giving me their piece. And Arthadaya she has her spot saved if she's ever
already wound up. She's ready to tear you apart.
I have her spot saved. No one will steal her spot if she wanted to come up there.
Nobody's going to listen to her anyway. She's not a gun owner.
Ooh. Yeah.
Damn, that burned.
Well, hurry up! I gotta go to bed. I gotta go beat my son up, and because he's in there watching TV. My wife just called me and told me that my son's watching TV in the what we call the big room upstairs, and he should not be doing that at this time of night on a school night. So I got to go beat him up a little bit.
Nice.
Beat him. Okay, well then let me go ahead and get things going on my stream. All right.
Yeah. Yeah, you should.
So I'm gonna pop off. Grid, you're wrong. I will talk to you later.
No, dude, you lost.
No,
I won. Take the L. Take the L. It's okay.
No,
it's okay.
Take the L. Look, you can ask the chat. You can just ask the chat.
Take the L.
Ask the chat. The chat.
Oh, Michelle's back.
Now I want to hear what Michelle got to say.
Hello. You hear me?
Hey.
Woo.
Okay, Michelle, where are you at on this?
Hold on. I have to yell at my dog. Got it. Go lay down. I don't know what made you decide to do that. That was horrible.
It's a dog. It does dog things.
No, I'm sorry. He knows better. Okay, well, it's $60 on Amazon, man, and all you got to do is freaking say it. Like, I lose my shit a little bit when it comes to the
ones that'll stand up in court. So that the conversation.
But why even do that first? That's dumb.
Right. So
why do it first?
Why do that one first when the $60 one gives you the answer yes or no, and if it's no, then you go ahead and escalate court.
Because you don't have to have
let me back up. Let me outline this. Glenn is proposing that all that at birth all children are paternity tested, and paternity has to be established at birth, and so you would have a DNA test done, which they should do anyway. And then whether or not the dad and mom wanted to know the paternity.
That's just some imaginary stuff though, litigation, law crap.
Sure,
because it's just
living in fantasy world here right now.
Right. Come on, that's not real. Real shit though, buy it ahead of time. When she's 6 months along, and pack it and then swab the baby's cheek right after it comes out. Send it off to the lab. You're going to get the answer before you even fucking get home. And if there's a fucking problem, then you can go ahead and escalate, pay the $400, $500, however much it is, because it's crazy to get that freaking stamped one, and just have some personal responsibility and know if the kid is yours or not, and move the fuck on instead of we need mandated this and do it. Just fucking or just say that you want the testing. All you have to do is say it.
The testing should be done before he signs his name on the birth certificate.
But what about the married people where it's assumed and then it's insulting?
That's the problem. It's assumed.
It's supposed to be assumed. That's how families are made.
It's also assumed that women cheat and men cheat.
Not legally.
All right, I gotta answer some stuff. You guys just take 5, go to your corners. Poor Grid, the colleges nowadays, it's 95.675 made up percent. His son goes to college normal and comes home for Christmas break with blue hair and a radical feminist and women's right advocate. No, you've not met my son. That's funny. He might come home with something to tell me about a couple of nights in jail for beating up such people, which would be fine, honestly. if I'm being honest. Yeah, my kid goes to a very, very good private school that is very conservative. But yeah, I get you. I get you where you're at. I do think that homeschooling is the way for people to go if they can't do it, like I'm doing it. Anyway, so Michelle, my position is that the DNA test should be done at birth. But if you don't want to know, you don't have to know, and it's just filed away. And if you need to, if you have a court action later, or you're getting divorced, or there's some doubt of paternity or whatever, then you just get it from
Yeah,
your
the
doctor.
mandatory DNA testing. First off, it's not just a test on like just the baby. Like if you're just going to map the baby's DNA test, like who the fuck
Well, I
cares?
think it's useful to do that, though. I think
Okay, I
that,
mean, if you want to map your baby's DNA, like you could definitely request and fucking pay for that. But the thing of it is you're comparing it to somebody else. What if dad,
I'm saying
known dad, planned dad, married dad is off on a business trip and can't get back in time to sign the birth certificate, but it is assumed that he is in fact dad. That's why I'm saying this is like imaginary kind of like, wishy, I wish this litigation happened. But
That's
like,
a bad dad if he's not in the birth of his child. Piece
what
of
if
shit,
he's making
father.
shit tons of money to support
Piece
his
of shit,
family?
father. He should be there to watch the shit.
see, this
on
is
his
what
child's
happens,
head.
Clover Tack. We bring a woman up, and she brings
Nuance?
nuance and reality, and she just fucks up our entire hypothetical argument.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I feel like this is just like another thing where it's like guys get to shove their head in the sand and like the whole like, oh, courts are against fathers, whereas it's actually proven the higher you go up in the court hierarchy, the more successful fathers are. You actually have to engage and fight.
We aren't saying
The guy doesn't have, the woman doesn't have to fight. Why should the guy have to fight?
It isn't about the fight. Like the show goes, that's the
But what I'm
thing. The
saying
fighting, going in and filling out the paperwork and showing up and educating yourself and going to the guardian ad litem things.
The woman shouldn't be lying about whether or not this guy could or could not be the father. But the fact is, that's what she does. And so, in
Well,
order
she can't put the name on the birth certificate. The guy has to. The guy has to sign it. Who's putting the name on the birth certificate?
actually, in certain states, a woman could do that.
Oh, I didn't know that. In Illinois, like you would be signing that. That's crazy.
That's one that was part of the disconnect, is because where Glenn is this shit happens all the time.
Well, California's just crazy. Like I'm so ready for you all to fall into the ocean and be over with now. God.
I mean, it's only been a meme for 10 years, so
Yeah.
Now,
guys, I'm going to go to my channel because I already started the stream.
That I had a guy that worked for me. He was, was dating this girl. I guess I think they were married maybe a year, and get pregnant, have the kid. There's some doubt about. She gets mad and tells him one night that it's not his kid, I think, or she was drunk or whatever. And since they're in the middle of getting a divorce, he petitions for a paternity test, but she flees California, San Francisco, to Colorado, and neither state will compel a DNA test without a court hearing. So he had to have, it took a lot of time and trouble to get that paternity test. And that's what Glenn's saying at base, is that if you know going in, then it's a lot less problems later.
I'm sorry. Channel. Somebody said I have a Skeletor voice, and I just want to say thank you.
Over there. I'll be over at my channel because I just started it up. All right.
Yeah, give me the link, Glenn. I'll just forward everybody over there. I'm going to shut down. It's been a great conversation. It's a good argument, even though Glenn's fucking wrong. And
even though Grid's wrong, I still respect him. And
take the L, bro.
I just think that he's such a boomer. And he's such a boomer is why he's taking this L. And it's okay, Grid. I know pride hurts, and
there's no L.
Pride becomes before the fall. Okay.
Yeah, I'll remember that if it ever happens to me. So go ahead and
you're slipping. You're falling. You can't get up.
Just take the L, bro. It's okay. Everybody has to take one once in a while.
It's all right. I'm serving L's this. I'm serving L's this week out. You took an L. Don't worry. Ben Thorpe is going to take an L on Saturday, and I'm just racking up my dubs now.
No, guys, I think the Undead Chronic Andrew debate is happening this weekend.
When? Because I'm debating Ben
I
Thorpe
got
on the Crucible on
Friday. All right, so hold on. Is this true? In Ohio, the wife can decide who goes on the birth certificate? They wouldn't let him sign? Oh, they must not have been married then.
Great, I'll send it to you in Discord.
I got the link. I don't need you.
All right, I'll send you the link on Discord.
I already got the link, bro.
My link?
Yeah. Oh. I'm efficient.
Okay,
Y'all
cool.
need to focus on reforming your states, guys.
I'm hopping off.
All right.
Bye.
I am not your baby dad, Arthur Dyer, because I am done.
Enjoy your L. Yeah. All right. That was cool. That was good.
That was funny.
Time with that. He's wrong, but that's okay.
I just love that somebody said I had Skeletor voice, and I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, whoever said that.
You don't actually have Skeletor voice. I'm sorry.
But I appreciate that. That was so nice.
It is. I mean, it's different. It's cool. All right, guys. So to wrap up for tonight, Glenn took the L. It's unfortunate, but it happens.
Did I take an L?
You? No, you didn't take an L.
All right, cool.
You are funny. It was funny because you were just like, just do this, and we're like, yeah, but that's not the point. It's not what we're arguing about.
That happens though. That happens when you miss the first part of a debate.
Oh, it wasn't a debate really. It was just us arguing with each other because that's what men do, is we beat each other up with arguments. Clovertack, you got any final thoughts?
Fuck no. Keep the government out of as much shit as you can possibly keep.
That's actually the biggest
out of
all, to be honest with you. I didn't know that in Ohio you could do that. That is fucked up.
That's my take.
So
nothing good comes of it.
Nothing good comes of it. That's true.
Tiny government, itty bitty, micro penis style government.
Less is more.
Yeah, when you're taking it in the ass, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you want the micro penis government.
Wow. I don't know how we got there.
I love the government, by the way. Big brother, all the way.
By the way, I want to just to the overlords that are listening in on this. I am the good one.
I did not say fuck the ATF. I did not say that. It was not me.
I did type it. All right, guys. It's been a great show. If you didn't stick around for the end and you bailed early, sucks to be you. You should have stuck around. It was great. And Lynn's wrong. I'm right. Although I could go along with what Michelle's saying, that just don't worry about it, and just if you really worry about it, do the Amazon thing and then do whatever.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, I can go along with that. I think there's a lot of benefits to mandatory DNA test on the child before at birth. You can you can do the stem cells, you can catalog any kind of abnormalities and keep make sure that if there's something going on there, you figure it out really early. So I think there's some benefits at birth. What's that?
Good comment.
Yeah, get off my lawn. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Michelle doesn't take the L, she takes the D. That's correct. We know that because she's admitted it many times.
That is so true.
So I think that the argument can really successfully be made that what Michelle is describing is perfectly adequate. Although I think that what I'm prescribing is also it's perfectly adequate. And what it does is the father's DNA is not on file unless he's done something, made poor choices, and the mother's DNA should be on file because she gave birth. And if there is need for paternity tests later, it's very easy for the man to go get his DNA checked and then have it compared to the child's DNA that was taken at birth. And that's
easy. Then you get a data breach and then somebody has your DNA.
Woo! It's going to happen anyway. Come on.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, it's not like hospitals are fortresses of solitude.
We're all gonna be
No, oh my God, did you hear about that hospital that had to pay off that fucking hacker group like $20 million?
No, but I'm not,
oh my God.
I'm not surprised at that all.
Oh.
We keep mother's DNA on file.
Yeah,
Wait,
right.
well, you should. Do you give them a copy
Of like your mother's DNA?
Yeah. Do you give them a copy of what it is? This is all really weird to me. This is a bad conversation to have at midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cam's like, sure, y'all don't. Does it? Yeah, it actually does violate the 14th Amendment, but you would agree to it just like every other thing that violates the 14th Amendment. You would have to agree with it to have your child in a hospital.
Yeah.
So, gotcha, bitch. Okay, all right. Nobody else is talking. Go away. Get off my lawn. See ya.
Goodbye.
Plans. Make sure. Yeah. I already hit that. All right. See ya. Bye.